distant lands we gather, hearts of fire all along. Oh, big Nichols we follow, through the storm and through the fight. For Valhalla we will borrow strength and might under moonlight. Warriors of the ancient sea, songs of glory dark and bold. In the night, our spirits free, legends born, tales unfold. Oh, big Nichols we follow, through the storm and through the fight. For Valhalla we will borrow strength and might under moonlight. From horizons wild we roam, with thunder in our soul. Every battle brings us home to the stories ages told. Oh, big Nichols we follow, through the storm and through the fight. For Valhalla we will borrow strength and might under moonlight.
Hey, old folks. Oh, what a day it's been. What a day it's been. Oh, welcome here. Welcome here. Welcome here. I said I was going to try to time this for after Corey Richins was done talking and sentencing. And I dozed off for a second, so I didn't really get to time it. But here we are. Here we are. Here we are. Let's see here. Will Mo join us? Well, she said she's going to try to time this so she would raid me. Let's see. Has she? I don't know if she has. Dun, dun, dun. Who is? She's still alive. She's still alive. Yeah. She's still alive. She will send people over, and then hopefully she will join us today. Yesterday we heard a bunch of testimony, and to my surprise, the defense was kind of laid back. Didn't really live up to the expectations I had of them. And that's based on their opening statement, where they blamed stepmother for Nicole's stepmother for Nicole burglarizing stepmother's home, and made the claim that she did it to check on stepmother. And the state, they called a bunch of people, officers mainly, and one of the officers who was there at the scene. We got to see the body cam and how she acted in the jail, and not with a single word did she express concern for her stepmother. It's almost as if this care for stepmother was an afterthought. Who knew? Well, we really could guess that. We really could guess that, because in my opinion, Senator Nicole Mitchell and her aunts terrorized this woman who has been married to Nicole's dad and the aunt's brother, of course, for over 40 years. It's her house. He didn't have a will, so it's her stuff. And we came to the conclusion that, well, if you weren't, well, I won't use the words I used yesterday, not yet anyway. If they were behaving, if they have behaved good instead of really, really badly, maybe stepmom wouldn't have banned them from the house. Because according to stepmother, the aunts came in the day after her husband died. They showed up at the house and took stuff. Bank records and stuff. And according to stepmother, laptop disappearing. And you know this if you were here yesterday and, well, the day before. Where is it? No, it's a linen shirt, Dave. It's not my long underwear. Oh. Well, as I was saying, you know that she brought stepmother's laptop to the crime scene. Now, why would she bring that one if it was gifted to her for her to use with the sons? If it were for her kids to do schoolwork and stuff, why did she bring it to the house during the burglary? And my opinion is she done something with that laptop and then burglarized, not only to get other things, but to return it to make stepmother look more confused. Because remember, in Nicole Mitchell's, her defense is stepmother was severely severe Alzheimer's. Well, now stepmother is diagnosed with early onset Alzheimer's. But that was a whole year before trial that Nicole said, no, she's had severe Alzheimer's and very paranoid. Well, it turns out since you burglarized her home, she had good reason to be paranoid. Huh? Right? So we're going to continue watching testimony. And eventually, I don't know if it's this day or the next day when the state turns the case over to the defense. The state is done. But we will find out, because during this trial, we know now that stepmother's son will testify. And Nicole Mitchell will also take the stand. So that is what we have to expect going forward. I will go as long as I can today because I have a day off tomorrow. So I will go as long as I can, and hopefully we will be joined by Mo eventually. All right. And dun dun dun. Dun dun dun. Here we go.
About the incident.
Let's see. Okay.
About the incident.
I don't know who this
me
guy
if I
is.
would come over and keep her company.
Oh, it's the stepmother's
Did she say
friend.
why she wanted you to keep her company?
I think it was because she was afraid.
How would you describe her demeanor when she contacted you?
She was pretty shook up.
What did you do when you got to her house?
She showed me basically what had happened, or described to me what had happened, and what windows were involved.
At some point, did you walk into her backyard?
Yes, she did. We both went outside, and I was looking at the windows, and I happened to look down and see the pry bar.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Mr. Hedlund, I'm showing you what's been received into evidence as Exhibit 15. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And what is this?
That's a pry bar.
Is this the same pry bar that you saw down in the windowsill?
I believe it is.
Mr. Hedlund, if you recall, what did you or Miss Mitchell do next?
I don't recall if she called the police again, but within a few minutes, somebody was there, and I pointed out the pry bar to them.
When you say somebody, who are you referring to?
Oh, somebody from the Detroit Lakes Police Department.
Okay. Were you there when the officer retrieved that pry bar?
Yes, I let them get down in the window well to pick it up. I didn't touch it.
Your Honor, could I publish Exhibit 47?
You may.
Hey, cat raid.
Mr. Hedlund, I'm showing you Exhibit 40.
Hey, cat raid. Ah, good to see you. Good to see you. Slime raid. Hey, hello, folks. Welcome to the show. We are watching Senator Nicole Mitchell burglary trial. Senator Nicole Mitchell was caught red-handed burglarizing her stepmother's home. Senator Nicole Mitchell blames her stepmother, claims she burglarized it out of concern of her stepmother, because she claims, oh, she started to forget things, she had severe Alzheimer's, all of that stuff. Well, she burglarized her at 4:30 a.m. through a basement window. Stepmother woke up as Nicole Mitchell was crawling through in her bedroom, and stepmother, when she heard the noise, woke up, put her feet on the floor, and stepped on her. Screamed. Nicole took off down to the basement. Stepmother calls 911, and they are there within minutes. The defense tried to portray this as, well, yes, she ran down to the basement, but she stayed out of concern. But as it turns out, as Senator Mitchell tried to get out through the basement window, she shoved the backpack through the window and it got stuck. So she tried to get away, but she weren't successful. And, oh, let me show you. Oh, you're going to love this. going to show you as they caught her. There. So this is from the body cam. This is what it looked like. Dressed in all black. Black. I mean, she had a flashlight with a sock over it. She had glove flashlights that she bought out of Amazon. But no, she claims she didn't have intent to go in there to steal stuff. She went there for concern of her stepmother. At 4:30 in the morning, dressed like that, pitch black. Oh, so we got through the body cam 2 days ago. Day one of testimony yesterday, and today we are continuing with the state's case. So that is what we have been checking out, and this, which we have currently been talking about for like 15 minutes, so you haven't missed much, is a stepmother's friend who she called over because she just were burglarized by her stepdaughter, and they found the crowbar that allegedly was used to pry the window open.
7, which has already been received into evidence. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
So
Can
welcome
you
to
tell
the
us
show,
what this is?
This
Leave a
is the
thumbs up.
egress window.
and
Is this where the pry
Stick
bar
around.
was located?
Yes.
because Senator Mitchell
Did
will
you,
take
after
the
that was
stand later in
removed,
the trial.
did you do something to this area, this window?
Would you repeat that?
After the pry bar was recovered, did you do something to this window, this area?
I didn't touch any of it.
You didn't clean out the leaves?
Oh,
Okay. Did either you or Carol Mitchell at any point touch that pry bar?
neither one of us did.
Okay. Had you ever seen that pry bar prior to that morning?
Oh, I did not.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Headland. I have no further questions.
Mr. Ringstrom.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Headland.
Good morning.
What years did you serve in the Navy?
I'm sorry?
What years did you serve in the Navy, sir?
1968 to 1972, active duty, Vietnam, and then after, I gotta,
Yeah, in the middle of everything in the trial stream, somehow, for reasons unknown, portions of it is not permitted for broadcast, so we only have sound. Oh yeah, Senator Mitchell, born 10/10/1974. She did this at 50. Oh,
think about the year, I think it was 1988 to 91. No. I gotta think. I was in the Naval Air Reserve for a spell as well, serving in Iceland.
I will make sure that I speak up loud enough. I understand hearing loss comes with being in the military.
Thank you.
Mr. Headland, it's my understanding that Rod Mitchell died in March of 2023. Is that your memory?
That is my memory.
It's my understanding that he died shortly after the two of you got back from an ice fishing trip. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Once Rod passed, were you able to go with Carol to any of her doctor's appointments?
No.
The reason for this question is because Nicole Mitchell claims that she was so worried about her stepmother because she was beginning to miss out doctor's appointments. From her husband's passing up until this burglary, one doctor's appointment. And how does Nicole Mitchell know this? Well, we found out during the state's opening statement. Nicole Mitchell, Senator Nicole Mitchell, a lawmaker, went through her stepmother's medical records and her bank records. Somehow, she's not charged with impersonating and identity theft or any of the things. She's only charged with burglary and nothing else. And I would assume it's because she is a politician. But they wouldn't take it down to a misdemeanor like trespassing, because if a misdemeanor, she could not be, impeached. But this is a felony, which makes it an impeachable offense.
Once Rod passed, were you in a position to sort of help her as far as paying bills or doing any paperwork of that type?
No.
Yeah, folks, hit the thumbs up. You know it helps the
I
stream.
want to ask about
you know,
the
it helps
crowbar.
the channel.
You had just testified that you found or you saw the crowbar, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Had anybody else told you that they saw it before you did?
Oh,
So as far as you know, you were the first person to see it?
that is correct.
And what did you do? Did you immediately call law enforcement or did you tell Carol about it?
I told Carol about it.
Okay, so you were the first.
Yes.
What time was that, Mr. Hedlund? Just roughly.
Probably 7 o'clock in the morning.
Okay. Mr. Hedlund, before that 7 a.m. when you saw it, you had been over at Carol Mitchell's house when some law enforcement was there. Is that correct? And if I'm wrong, I don't want to put that in your memory. Were you there? When did you first get there, and how long were you there? Maybe that's a better question.
I got there shortly before 7, and I asked Carol about more details,
Okay.
and she pointed out the egress window, and she pointed out a window on the other side of the entryway that
I think I can go to 1.25 if I'm honest here.
the bag or some bag with some items were pushed out that window.
Right. Do you remember having a discussion with law enforcement inside of Carol's home, maybe in the kitchen area?
Nope, not in the kitchen area.
Do you remember any conversations with law enforcement inside the house? Maybe that's a fair question.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I don't think you had a chance to watch the body camera videos of that, but do you recall a conversation that you and Carol had talking about how Carol said Nicole never came to the house and you disputed that? Do you recall that?
Would you repeat that?
Well, I need to ask a cleaner question. That's my fault. Do you remember Carol saying that Nicole never came to the house, and you responded, no, actually, Nicole did come to the house a couple of times?
I don't understand what you're asking.
Well, and I'm trying to make sure that I'm not putting anything in your mind that's not there. I guess the first question would be, when law enforcement was there, and we're talking about this whole situation, did you ever tell police that you had seen Nicole at Carol's house in the past?
That conversation never came up.
Okay. And so if there's a question about whether that conversation happened, we'd want to maybe look at a video if a video exists.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. Do you remember how Carol Mitchell secured the doors or kept the doors locked or safe back at that time?
Normal lock.
Okay. She didn't have like a security bar or a safety bar jammed against those doors?
Not until after the incident.
Okay. So it only happened after the incident?
Yes.
Okay. So as far as you know, we wouldn't have seen any evidence of those bars before the incident?
That day was the earliest I had ever been at Carol's house, so I wouldn't know if she puts bars on the door, on the locks or not. That's.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that clarity. Did you get to, I want to move forward after Rod's death. There was a funeral, but then there was a later internment. Were you able to attend the internment?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And in your memory, who was there at the internment?
One of Rod's sisters, Carol and I, I think one of either Carol's sister or Carol's niece. There weren't too many of us. There were 4 or 5 of us. That was it.
Okay. But certainly you remember attending it, so Carol wasn't there by herself, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
She was very distraught. I drove her.
You did drive her there?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hedlund. I have no further questions.
Mr. McDonald. Sir, do you remember the date of the internment?
No.
Could it have been exactly 1 year to the date of Rod's passing?
It could have been 1 month to the date of Rod's passing.
1 month?
I didn't write it down.
Sure. Do you remember the year by chance?
Yeah, it was 23.
Well, Mr. Mitchell passed away in 2023, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and do you recall if his ashes were buried that year or the following spring?
Might have been the following spring, now that I think about it.
Is it possible that it was exactly 1 year to the date of his passing?
Very possible.
Thank you, Mr. Hedlund. I have no further questions.
Okay. There's been a lot of discussions surrounding his ashes because Nicole Mitchell in the body cam said she went there because of Dad's ashes. And it seems like now they had the ceremony, the funeral, and then a year to the date, it was time for the ashes to follow, which would make this in March. The burglary happened in April, a month later. And everybody knew. So there were no ashes to get in the dad's home, in Nicole's dad's home. So that excuse went out the window quite fast. She claimed she was there for memorabilia and dad's ashes. Well, if you and your aunts weren't such shits to Carol and stole stuff, allegedly, maybe she would have been nicer to you and not ban you from her home.
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Hedlund, you may step down. Thank you. Watch your step.
No cross-examination.
I'd ask that Mr. Headland be released from his subpoena.
Mr. Ringstrom?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Headland is released from his subpoena. Your next witness, Mr. McDonald?
You're on a statement called Doug Vicmark.
Okay, Doug Vicmark, I have no idea who that is.
Sir Vicmark, if you come forward, please, and be sworn. Sir.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give here will be true? If so, say I do.
I do. Please take a seat in the witness stand. Watch your step on the way up. Mr. McDonald.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Will you please state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
My name is Officer Douglas Vicmark. Last name spelling V as in Victor, Ickmark.
Sir, what is your current job title?
Currently, I'm a police officer with the Detroit Lakes Police Department
How long have you been with the Detroit Lakes Police Department?
since September 2014.
When was your first law enforcement job?
My first law enforcement job, I was with the West Fargo, North Dakota Police Department. Started there in March 2012.
Can you outline your educational background?
I have an associate's degree in law enforcement from Alexandria Technical College.
Mr. Vicmark, are you a veteran?
I am.
Are you still active?
Yes, I am in the Army National Guard.
What did you do, or what is your position within the National Guard?
Currently, I'm an operations non-commissioned officer, a sergeant first class, with a brigade headquarters company. So basically, my job, I kind of assist.
Now, why are they asking these people about their military history? Well, it's because at the time, Nicole Mitchell was in the military on top of being a senator. She was the military weather service. She was something to do with the people who fly aircrafts into hurricanes. She was a military commander. I believe she reached lieutenant colonel. And then she breaks into her stepmother's home.
In a team overseeing everything on the battlefield in front of us.
Do you have some training as an MP?
I do.
Mr. Vicmark, what was your title with the DLPD in April of 2024?
At that time, I was a special agent with the West Central Minnesota Drug and Violent Crime Task Force. It's a kind of a special investigatory position within the police department.
So sometimes also referred to as investigator within your agency?
Yes.
As an investigator at that time, were you aware of the arrest of Defendant Nicole Mitchell?
I was, yes.
Were you asked to assist with some follow-up investigation?
Yes.
I want to turn your attention to April 25th, 2024. Can you tell us how that day started?
That day started, I was made aware by Sergeant Chad Glander that Carol Mitchell was on her way in to speak to an officer, as she still had some concerns from the incident that happened a couple of days prior at her residence.
And you sat down with Ms. Mitchell at that time?
Yes.
How would you describe her demeanor?
I would say she was still pretty scared of the incident that happened. If I could best describe it, I would say when a person gets scared and they still have a lot of adrenaline going through their system, she hadn't had quite that adrenaline dump yet, so she was still really agitated, still really worked up.
What sort of things did Ms. Mitchell tell you?
She told Sergeant Glander and I a little bit about her past relationship with Nicole. Talked about the passing of her late husband, Roderick.
Did she indicate at that time how long it had been since the defendant had been at her house?
Time-wise, I don't recall if she had actually described an actual time, but communication-wise, she said it had been months since Nicole had reached out to Carol.
Did Ms. Mitchell express any other concerns to you at that time?
She did. She was very concerned that Nicole's purpose wasn't there to necessarily get items. She was more concerned possibly that Nicole might be trying to end Carol's life.
Now, why would she think that? Well, Nicole was found on beside her bed, crawling towards somewhere. That somewhere is the bedside table, where Carol used to have a gun. Now, remember, folks, she might not have been there for the gun. But facts are, she broke into her stepmother's house at 4:30 in the morning, dressed in all black. She parked a bit away, snuck in, broke in, and then crawled her way in to her stepmother's bedroom. And with the fights they have had since her husband's passing, which subsequently led to her banning them from the house, after theft, after, all the stuff that happened, Nicole threatened to put Carol in a home. Yeah, some senator there. So why wouldn't she be afraid of her life? If they were prepared to do that to her, what else were they prepared to do? Now, do I believe she was there to end her life? No, I don't. I honestly think she was only there to do stuff that made Carol look more confused, so she could put her in a home and get access to the stuff.
So, Officer Vicmark, after you spoke with Ms. Mitchell, what did you do next?
Sergeant Glander, Chief Steve Todd, and I went to Carol's residence to attempt to look for further evidence at her residence.
Would it be fair to say that what were some of your other objectives at that time?
Determine Nicole's actual point of entry inside the residence.
Mr. McDonald, I'm going to interrupt and ask the attorneys to approach.
All right. And let's see here. Oh.
Based on what we had seen and what was being reported, was the window that Nicole Mitchell had accessed into Carol Mitchell's house was too small for a person to even get through. So we were trying to find an actual route that would have made sense to get into the residence.
Officer Vicmark, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 66 and 67. First, starting with Exhibit 66, do you recognize this photograph, sir?
Yes, I do.
Okay, can you tell us what this is?
That's the width measurements of the window that was originally believed that Nicole Mitchell had gained access to the residence from.
Is it a true and accurate reproduction of that photograph?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I'd offer 66 at this time.
I have no objection, Your Honor.
66 is received.
Next, sir, do you have Exhibit 67 in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Okay, can you tell us what this is?
It is the same picture, except it's showing the approximate height with a ruler of that same window.
True and accurate depiction?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd offer 67.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 67 is received.
I publish briefly, Your Honor.
You may.
Okay, officer, this is what's been received as Exhibit 66. Can you tell us what this is?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sorry, what's that, Ms. Sullivan? Okay. Investigator Vicmark, I'm showing you what's been received as Exhibit 66. Can you speak to this photograph?
Yes, this is the a picture with a ruler showing the measurements from left to right, the width of the original window that Miss Nicole Mitchell was believed to have gained access into the residence from.
Let's see there. That would be 11 inches. Folks, you will be surprised how people can contort themselves to get into narrow spaces. And Senator Mitchell is a slim woman. And that is 11 inches that way. Yeah, but that would mean that the crossover would be 14 inches. And if you do the dive thing, the only thing that seems to stop Senator Mitchell would be her hips. Because there's fuck all going on in the front.
If you're aware, sir, do you know where that belief came from?
I'm not exactly sure. I only saw the media posts online of them believing that was the window that it was accessed from.
You weren't involved responding that morning, fair to say? Okay. Can you tell us what your measurement was approximately here?
It's approximately 11 inches wide.
And next, I'm publishing what's been received as Exhibit 67. Can you speak to this photograph, sir?
It's the same photograph of the same exact window, except it's the height measurement showing that it's approximately 8 inches tall.
Okay. And in speaking with Sergeant Glander and Chief Todd, what was ultimately concluded at this time?
Based on the measurements and also inside the photographs, you can see that there's some dust and other items around the window. We determined that no one had come into that window based on what was there and the fact that it just didn't appear that anybody could even have squeezed through the window.
So, Investigator Vicmark, what did you do next after measuring that window?
From there, my job was, I was assigned as being the photographer. So I went to the only other possible source of or location of entry in the basement, which was an egress window on the southwest side of the house. I went to that window from the inside and began taking photographs of it and started finding dirt and debris around the windowsill.
That was going to be my next question. What did you observe when you, processed or looked in through that room?
As I was in the room, I noticed on the windowsill around the window, there's what appeared to be dirt and debris, plant-like material, small rocks, pebbles, sand type of things that appeared to have come from the outside to the inside.
Did it appear to be more than just common dust?
Yes.
Did you take some photographs at that time?
I did.
What would you describe the area that you photographed as?
A windowsill with a desk directly underneath the windowsill, and to the right of the desk was kind of like a white plastic storage.
Officer Vicmark, I'm going to show you a number of photographs numbered exhibits 50 through 65.
Mr. McDonald, did you say 50 through 65?
50 through 65, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Please bear with me, sir. All right, Investigator Vicmark, I'm starting with exhibit 50. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is it a true and accurate depiction of what you took that day?
Yes.
Next with 51.
Yes.
Yes, it's true and accurate.
Yes, it is.
52.
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 53.
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 54.
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 55.
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 56.
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 57.
Yes, it is.
Can I just have one moment with counsel, Your Honor?
You may.
Sorry about that, sir. If I didn't ask yet, exhibit 58.
Yes, it is.
And did I ask you if 57 was true and accurate?
Yes, you did.
Exhibit 59.
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 60.
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 61.
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 62.
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 63.
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 64.
Yeah.
I would ask the, all right, Officer Vicmark, I'm going to start with Exhibit 50, and I'm just wondering, as I identify each exhibit, if you can tell us why it was significant to you.
The first picture here is of the egress window that I had talked about. It's just kind of giving an overall picture of what it appeared to be.
And turning to Exhibit 51.
That's a more lighted photograph of the same window with a desk underneath it.
And to Exhibit 52.
This is starting to get closer to the windowsill, kind of as I was depicting me walking towards the windowsill when I first observed the dirt on the windowsill.
Exhibit 53.
This is the same windowsill, except it's showing the right side instead of the left side of the windowsill.
Exhibit 54.
This is a photograph depicting the same windowsill, except in the middle. It's also showing that the screen had a bow in the middle of it.
Exhibit 55.
This is getting closer to the windowsill, showing more of the plant and debris.
And excuse me, but Exhibit 56.
Same windowsill, just is on the left side of the windowsill, again showing plant and debris.
Exhibit 57.
Closer to the center, showing plant and debris material again, and showing a little bit of the bow on the screen.
Exhibit 58.
And the right side of the windowsill showing plant and debris material.
Exhibit 59.
This is that white storage container device, filing cabinet on top of the desk, showing plant and dirt material on top of it.
Exhibit 60.
A little bit closer of a picture of the same filing cabinet.
Exhibit 61.
Another piece of plant material on top of the same filing cabinet.
Exhibit 62.
This is moving down onto the desk, showing more plant and debris material on top of the desk.
Exhibit 63.
And another piece of plant material that appeared to be a small piece of wood of some sort or a stem.
64.
Probably the best close-up that I could get of the stem.
And finally, the Exhibit 65.
A small rock that was inside on top of the desk.
So what did you do next after you had assessed this room individually or on your own?
Once I had I called in Sergeant Glander and I pointed out what I had located to Sergeant Glander. Chief Steve Todd came in shortly after that, and I showed him. From there, I went outside to examine the window from the outside.
And what did you learn at that time, sir?
Found that the window was open and the window wasn't locked, and it was easily able to just be freely opened from the outside.
And did you continue, I suppose, hypothesizing with your colleagues?
Yes.
Okay. What did you discover next?
Through examining the window and the windowsill and the screen, I was able to find what appeared to be tool marks on the screen itself and on the windowsill from the outside.
Please don't.
Can you tell us what a tool mark is in your profession?
Please don't. Please
A tool mark
do
would be
not.
something where you use a tool, and in this case, the
Please do not make tool mark comparisons with a fucking crowbar. The insinuation is enough. She was caught in the house. Please, for the love of fuck, do not ruin this trial by going for tool mark. Now, the existence of evidence of breaking and entry and her being found in the house, good enough for me, because we know she didn't enter with the key.
tool scraped against a surface and caused scratches, something that wouldn't normally be caused by something else.
Officer Vicmark, I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibits 68.
His name is Officer Douglas Vicmark. his name is not Richard Mark, which I'm very happy. So not as the closed caption says, Rick Mark. No, it's too close. It's too close.
69 and 70. First, starting with image 68, is that a true and accurate depiction?
Yes, it is.
69
Yes, it is.
and 70.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd offer 68 through 70.
No objection, Your Honor.
Asked to publish briefly.
68, 69, and 70 are received. You may publish.
All right. Officer, I got a little ahead of myself here, but I'm backing up and showing you what's been received as Exhibit 68. Can you tell us what this is?
It's the first picture showing the egress window from the outside of the residence.
And Exhibit 69?
Walking closer to the egress window, showing just the condition of the window.
Exhibit 70.
And this photograph I took because in the original photographs, there were leaf material in the window area, and I took that photograph to show that the leaf material had been removed.
Are you, if you know, and if you don't, if you know, do you know who cleaned that out?
I do not know.
Okay. Right. So you had examined the window and discovered pry marks, is that correct?
Yes.
Or tool marks, I believe was your testimony?
Yes.
Investigator Vicmark, I'm now going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 71 through 84. And I might need a moment.
Okay. I'm going to skip.
Today is we're 71 through 8, marked at 71 through.
Let's see.
Apologize for that, sir. All right, I am starting.
Yeah, I don't care.
Of the window and your knowledge of that pry bar. What did you do next?
Based on the scratches and the marks that were on the screen, it made sense that the pry bar had been used to lift the screen up from the bottom, causing the bow in the screen to gain access to the room.
Don't go
At
any
some
further.
point, did you examine the pry bar closer?
I did. We took the pry bar out of evidence just to take photographs of it.
Investigator Vicmark, I'm
Did
going to
it
show
have-
you
please,
next exhibits 85
Only
through
go
88.
for residue here.
First of
Only
all,
go
did
for
you
residue. Nothing
you
else.
photograph that pry bar out of evidence?
Yes.
Okay, and were those true and accurate photographs?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to offer 85 through 88.
Sorry, which ones?
85 through 88. Or I can just do them individually if that's easier. Yeah, no worries. Investigator, well, I'll withdraw the offering at this time, Your Honor, for momentarily. Investigator Vicmark, first I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 85. Do you see that on your screen?
Yes, I do.
Is this a true and accurate photograph?
Yes, it is.
Offer 85.
No objection.
85 is received.
Next, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 86. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Is this a true and accurate depiction?
Yes, it is.
Offer 86.
No objection, Your Honor.
86 is received.
Next, offer
Photograph had been removed from one of the ends of the pry bar. It shows that paint had been removed from it possibly being used.
next, 86.
Just kind of an overview photograph of the pry bar itself.
87.
This is the picture of the vent portion of the pry bar showing some marks on the end of it.
And finally, Exhibit 88.
And this is a picture of the middle of the handle of the pry bar where it had been missing some paint that had been flaking off of it.
So you were at the residence, first doing the window thing, but you were also there to speak to Miss Mitchell again?
Myself, I was more of just a photographer at that time. Chief Todd and Sergeant Glander were the ones that were mostly talking to Carol.
They may have been in a separate part of the residence while you were taking photographs?
Largely, yes. I was searching in various parts of the house that they were at, such as where Nicole Mitchell was found in the bathroom. I did look around the bathroom to see if maybe Nicole Mitchell had left anything inside there that other officers had missed, and just kind of looked through the residence.
Fair to say nothing additional was located?
No.
Were you present when the flannel shirt was shown?
Yes.
Okay. And how was that identified to you?
I believe it was Carol Mitchell that actually pointed it out. I'm not 100% sure on it. The location was you go downstairs, down the steps, you turn right, and there was a lot of Roderick's old clothes hanging up.
Roderick Mitchell's?
Roderick Mitchell's, yes.
Mr. Vicmark, were you present when Carol Mitchell described being awoken that morning?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Did she demonstrate for your team what had occurred?
Yes, she did.
Were you involved in this investigation after that date?
No, I was not.
Thank you, Investigator Vicmark. I have no further questions.
Mr. Ringstrom.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Officer Vicmark.
Good morning, sir.
Officer Vicmark, you, having been on a drug task force, I presume you have applied for and secured a number of search warrants?
I have before, yes.
Okay. And when you were acting in that capacity and acting as a special agent, did you have any separate or advanced training as it related to investigations?
Several related to drug and narcotics, yes. Just small continuing ed, 1 day, 2 day courses here and there.
Okay. Officer Vicmark, I want to sort of jump to maybe a question that I would normally ask at the end, but you've testified to what you did in this case. Besides what you have testified to, did you do any forensic testing or request any forensic testing to be conducted in this matter?
I didn't relate it to pretty much all the evidence. The only thing that I asked MOCIC, which is an investigation.
Yay! Thank you, Kristen. Gifting 5 memberships on top of the ones you already gifted. Went to Benjamin Lewis, Momo 4 Kings, David Trailer, Call Me Carter, and J-Town. Welcome to the Viking crew! You now have access to all my members-only content. You will have early access to my videos and short-form videos, and you will have your own emojis on YouTube. Thank you so much, Kristen. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Dun, dun, dun. Let's continue.
Investigatory, I guess, agency that covers many different states around the Midwest to kind of help me out with Nicole Mitchell's cell phone. And then I also had sent out a administrative subpoena to Verizon to try to get Nicole Mitchell's information, who she had called, who she had texted, just that information for about a month and a half prior to the incident, leading up to the incident.
So the forensic investigation that you had done would have been through the Mid-States Organized Crime Information Center?
Yes.
Okay. Did you conduct or see any other member of law enforcement conduct any attempt to secure fingerprints?
No.
Did you conduct or see any other officer conduct any attempt to secure DNA or other residue of that nature?
No.
Did you ever apply for a search warrant or a subpoena for Carol Mitchell's medical records?
No, I did not.
Why would he? She's not the criminal.
At the beginning of your testimony, you talked a great deal about the windows in question. You weren't involved in the initial investigation, or you certainly weren't on the call. Had you had a chance before you came to Carol Mitchell's residence to talk to any of the law enforcement officers who were involved in the initial call?
I did, yes.
Had you developed an impression that Nicole Mitchell may have represented that she actually came in through that smaller window?
I did hear from the other officers that Nicole Mitchell had said that she had come through the window where her backpack was located at.
Okay. And those pictures are now in evidence, and we talked about those at great length, correct?
Yes.
And while stranger things have happened, there's really no realistic way an adult human of normal proportions would be able to fit through that window. Is that fair?
Correct, yes.
Okay. The egress window itself, you testified as to the damage. Would you characterize that window as destroyed or functionally destroyed?
Functionally destroyed, I wouldn't say it's functionally destroyed, just the frame had been starting to kind of rot away. That's how I would describe it.
Okay. And so whatever the person with the pry bar did, there was some rot and there was some decay in the frame itself that was separate from the pry bar activity. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Defense attorney, I understand that you are challenging, you have to challenge all the state's evidence. Your client was caught in the house where she was not supposed to be, self-confessed gaining entrance through a or the window. This is just extra. She already said she was banned from the house. She did that in the body cam video. She was dressed as a burglar with burglar tools. So this whoever gained access through that window, it's kind of not a point here because she was caught red-handed.
This sounds like a very obvious question. It's not meant to be a trick. Why did you wear gloves in your investigation?
It's just from my training and experience, just what we do, just to keep our DNA off of things and keep from.
Yeah. Another police officer went there to retrieve the pry bar and he took it without gloves. And he blamed, this was a few hours after his 12-hour shift. Sir, when your 12-hour shift is over, go home. If she wasn't caught red-handed and officers touches evidence with their bare hands, that could ruin a case. So stop doing that.
Contaminating a scene.
And similarly, why did someone use in these pictures what appears to be a very highly calibrated ruler to take some measurements?
I can't remember exactly where the ruler came from, if it was Chief Todd's or Sergeant Glander's. We keep rulers to show how big things are.
Okay. Did you have an occasion to touch the pry bar in question when it wasn't in an evidence bag?
No, sir.
Okay. Would you have been wearing gloves had you done so?
Probably, yes, sir.
The evidence that you gathered and the testimony that you provided about that egress window, is it a fair statement that that evidence really concerns only whether someone got through that window and how they got through that window and not what happened inside the house?
Yes.
And I think your mic cut out there.
Sorry. Yes.
Okay. But you did at some point go inside to the residence and look around and investigate?
Yes, sir.
Were you able to, from the inside of the house, determine, did you get to see sort of the areas around both of the windows inside of the house?
Yes.
Okay. When you did that, did you see piles of things or mementos that appeared to be staged to be removed from the house?
I guess I wasn't paying that close attention to it. The room with the egress window had a lot of like artistic type stuff inside of it. I don't know if it was being ready to be removed from the house or anything like that.
Okay. You were asked about a flannel shirt. Was that flannel shirt sort of placed close to one of the windows? Was it hanging up? What was your experience of viewing that?
It was located in, as I described, it was, you walk down the stairs, you turn right, it comes into a bigger room.
Yeah.
To the right was the small window. Straight forward would have been the bathroom Miss Nicole Mitchell was located in. And to the left was another wider open area that had a lot of items stored. Some of that area was a rack of clothes that was in that area. And his Roderick Mitchell's flannel shirt was located on that rack.
It was on the rack?
Yeah.
Okay. And that was in an area that was not like immediately adjacent to one of those windows?
No.
Okay.
That's one of the things that Nicole Mitchell said she was going there to retrieve as a memorabilia. I understand. You always want memorabilia from your parents. But Nicole, ask for it. Nicely. Be nice about it. Don't terrorize your dad's widow for months. Huh? Is that such a strange concept? Apparently to Nicole Mitchell. Be nice. Don't be a thunder cunt about it. Good. If she was after that flannel, why wasn't it in her rucksack? If she found it, why didn't she just grab it and go out again?
Officer Vicmark, I want to go back to the interview that you participated in with Carol Mitchell, and that was at the police station, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You had testified that Carol Mitchell expressed a belief at that time that Nicole Mitchell wanted to take her life. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Did Carol Mitchell express a belief that Nicole Mitchell wanted to get her firearm or get her gun?
How she described it is when Carol Mitchell was awoken in the night and she had rotated her body off and then found that's where Nicole Mitchell was at on the ground. In that area, in a dresser near where Nicole Mitchell was at, is where Roderick Mitchell's gun was kept. So Carol Mitchell speculated that possibly Nicole Mitchell was attempting to find that gun.
During your interview at the police station with Carol Mitchell, did Carol Mitchell express repeated concern that Nicole Mitchell was also after money?
Yes.
Thank you, Officer Vicmark. I have no further questions.
Yes, sir.
Well, Nicole Mitchell, as a state senator, actually only made $51,000 a year. But that is base payment, base salary. On top of that, expenses, and if she had to drive, yeah, you know, politicians, if they can get more, they will take more. She also was a lieutenant colonel in the United States Army Weather Service, in which she got some money from there as well. She has been a weather girl for Al Jazeera in the 1910s, or in the 2010s. And other channels as well. So, I mean, it wasn't like she couldn't work or earn money, but you never know. People who sometimes who have a lot of money spend a lot of money.
Mr. McDonald.
Officer Vicmark, When you spoke with Carol Mitchell, did she allow you to look through her cell phone?
She did, yes.
And what did you discover at that time?
I was looking for any text messages or cell phone logs that she had received from Nicole Mitchell.
Did you locate any?
I did not.
Were you able to determine the date that Carol Mitchell had added the defendant's number to her phone?
I was able to locate, yes. And
Sorry, go ahead.
it was March 10th, 2024, the date that Carol Mitchell had added Nicole Mitchell's phone number to her cell phone.
And you manually had looked through the phone at that time?
Yes.
And you couldn't locate any texts or calls between the defendant and Carol Mitchell?
No.
Yeah, that's how much Nicole cared for her stepmother. That's how much she cared.
Did you note any, did you note other contacts that she had conversations with?
Yes, she did have several text message conversations that had been saved in the phone. One of them had been dated all the way back to July 2023.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Engstrom?
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Vicmark, you understand what a forensic examination of a cell phone is?
Yes.
You understand a cell phone can be subject to what's known as a logical extraction?
Yes.
You understand that a cell phone can be subject to what's known as a physical extraction?
Yes.
You understand what the word metadata means?
Yes.
Metadata is data that reflects other things that happened on a digital device like a cell phone.
Yes.
You understand that metadata most of the time can only be looked at not directly through the interface of the phone, but typically through a different device like a Cellbrite, for example, correct?
Yes.
And a Cellbrite is a special machine that law enforcement uses to examine cell phones.
Yes.
And if you had had an opportunity to conduct a forensic examination of Carol Mitchell's phone, you would be able to see the metadata of when texts were read, texts were sent, texts were deleted, and things like that, correct?
So the defense here is insinuating that he didn't find any because he didn't look at the inner works. This is the same defense that argues that Carol Mitchell, the stepmother, had severe Alzheimer's. So what's it going to be, defense? Is she out of it, or is she a mastermind who deleted all the things?
Yes.
You would be able to see when contacts were added or removed, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you subject Carol Mitchell's phone to a forensic examination?
I did not.
Okay. Do you know if anyone in law enforcement subjected her cell phone to a forensic examination?
I believe somebody did. I do not know which officer or investigator did, though.
Okay. Well, then we'll find out. Officer Vicmark, are you the case agent in this case?
No.
During the pendency of this case, have you contacted me at all?
I have not.
Thank you, Officer Vicmark. I have no further questions.
Also, one of these stupid questions. Why would he contact you, defense attorney? You are supposed to subpoena him. Or, yeah, call him. Right?
Mr. McDonald?
Officer Vicmark, did you see any obvious signs that Carol Mitchell had deleted things in her phone?
I did not.
No further questions.
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right. Then, officer, you may step down.
Thank you, sir.
This is a really clean trial. It really is. Because she was caught red-handed in the house. It's not much. Jesus. Not much she could have done. Okay. Now, this is local Fox News. So they are going to talk about it in between. All right.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give here will be true? If so, say it.
Please take a seat in the witness stand. Watch your step on the way up. There's a slight incline there.
Who are you, miss? Is it one of the ants, maybe? Nicole Mitchell down?
Mr. McDonald?
Good morning. Will you please state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
Pamela Mfeld. Last name is capital M-U-X, F as in Frank, E-L-E-T.
Ms. Mfeld, where do you live?
Fergus Falls.
Are you from there?
I was born in St. Paul, but moved to Fergus Falls when I was like in first grade.
Ms. Mfeld, how do you know Carol Mitchell?
Carol is my aunt on my mom's side of the
Oh,
family.
okay. It's
Your mother's sister?
Yes,
And what is your mother's name?
Dolores
Mfeld?
Lindholm.
Lindholm. Are you aware how many siblings are in Carol Mitchell's family?
Yes, there's 6. So there was 6.
Is Carol Mitchell also your godmother?
She is,
How long have you known Carol Mitchell?
since I was born.
I'm not going to ask you your age. Ms. Mfeld, at some point, were you asked to take on a role for Carol Mitchell?
I was asked to become her power of attorney like in May of 23.
You were obviously present and aware when Rod Mitchell passed away.
Yes, I wasn't present, but I was notified right away.
I'm sorry, but you were aware of the grieving and such.
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain, if you know, what led to Carol Mitchell asking you to become power of attorney?
After Rod's passing, Rod's sisters and Nicole were helping her to put the affairs in order. And so she just felt that it was being deceitful and they were trying to find out more than they wanted to do. And she wanted somebody else to take over that role. So she had reached out to my mother and asked her, and she told her that she was too old to take on that part and that I would be a good fit for that. So Carol reached out to me and asked me if I would be willing to help her. And I said I would do whatever I needed to do to make her feel comfortable and to put things in order.
And so that appointment as power of attorney was formalized?
Yes, and I believe it was like in early June that year in 23.
Can you tell us the sorts of things that you've assisted with since taking on that role?
We did some different things at our bank, just to making sure that things are being tracked and looked at properly. Helped her advise her on a couple of different things when she was moving out of the house. She had some questions, and just some basic answers, kind of as a sounding board for her when, she's been stressed or, things are complicated, or asking different questions of what she should do.
Is it accurate that Carol Mitchell communicates with you by text message?
Yes, quite often.
Okay. Has Carol Mitchell ever expressed concerns to you about the defendant, Nicole Mitchell?
Yes.
Can you elaborate?
Through many messages, and I know that they were submitted also, that after either talking to her or they had conversations through text messages, Carol would feel uncomfortable. She felt threatened. She was scared, and different things of that sort, so she would reach out.
Are you aware of the probate court process that Carol Mitchell went through?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware, did she ever express concerns about the defendant through that process?
She had concerns about it because she wasn't all aware of what the probate process would be. So she was, having concerns as to how it was all going to fall into place, why it was happening, and things of that sort. And I understood it that a lot of the probate stuff took place is because there wasn't a will in place, or on a couple of the insurance things that the beneficiary wasn't listed.
Ms. Mfeld, I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibits 98 and 99. Oh, we need to. Your Honor. Can we delete? There we go.
Let's just back up and try again, Mr. McDonald.
Yes, Your Honor. Oh, no. I'm removing the.
Are you asking to?
Well, I was asking to show the witness, Your Honor, but I don't want to publish it if it's not been received.
Correct. And so, but I think you need to give direction then once you're making that request to show the witness one more time.
I removed my device because I didn't want anything improperly displayed.
All right, why don't you clear yours then, sir? All right, let's back up one step. If you can start with that again, the process one more time.
All right. Nope.
All right. We're gonna have to work through this technology issue. So ladies and gentlemen, we'll just have you excused until we correct it. And so, Ms. Mfeld, I'll ask you to step down from the witness stand at this time. We can have the witness escorted back out to the waiting area. Yeah, you restart the phone. Yeah, go ahead. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, before we have you go back to the
all right, this is a maybe about a 6 to 7 minute break that we're heading into here while the
Okay. And let's skip ahead.
Ms. Mfeld, I'll have you retake the witness stand again. Watch your step on the way up. And Ms. Mfeld, I'll remind you that you're still under oath.
Okay.
Mr. McDonald, you may inquire.
Ms. Mfeld, I'm going to back up a few steps here. Do you know Nicole Mitchell?
Yes.
How long have you known Ms. Mitchell?
I first met her when Carol and Rod first met, before they were married. And so we knew of her. I mean, she was around for some holidays or if they came to town and things like that, very family events.
So you've known her quite a while.
Yes.
In the months leading up to April 2024, did Ms. Nicole Mitchell ever reach out or communicate with you?
She reached out to me in, I believe it was like in May or early June of 23 after her father had passed.
Would that have been your last conversation with her of substance?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say you're not particularly close with Nicole Mitchell?
We are not close now.
Moving forward to 2024, did Nicole Mitchell have any contact with you about concerns over Carol Mitchell's health?
Not in 24. When she reached out to me in May of 23, she did.
May or June,
May or June timeline.
but nothing in.
Yeah, in my opinion, that would be Nicole preparing. That the only time she expressed was, "Dad just died. I want the stuff. Stepmom is sick." That's it.
2024.
Not that I recall.
Ms. Mfeld, did Carol Mitchell reach out to you after her home was broken into?
Yes, the morning of.
Ms. Mfeld, I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibits 98 and 99. Sorry. Do you recognize exhibit 98?
Yes.
Can you tell us what exhibit 98 is without reading anything specific?
It was just a text message to me from Carol with some concerns again that she had after having contact with Nicole.
Okay. And exhibit 99?
Yep, that would be the last part of it.
Is it accurate to say this is two photographs of a lengthier text message?
Yes.
And is this a true and accurate photograph of that message as it existed on that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to offer 98 and 99.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibits 98 and 99 are received.
Your Honor, I would ask to publish 98 and 99 at this time.
You may.
Ms. Mfeld, first of all, can you tell us the date that you received this?
Sunday, June 25th.
Do you know the year?
It was probably 2023.
This would have been,
One second, Mr. McDonald. Ms. Muxfeld, if you could speak up and just a little bit closer. You don't need to be right into the mic, but if you could speak up, you're coming across a little soft-spoken.
Okay. It would have been in 2023.
there's no doubt in your mind this message was before Carol Mitchell's home was broken into.
Correct.
So we're talking about the summer of 2023.
Yes.
Could you read this message? And if you need me to zoom in, please let me know.
Hi, Pam. I am so worried. Nicole is determined to take me to the cleaners, I think. That hearing on July 5th is supposed to be virtual, but I'm going to call my lawyer tomorrow to see if maybe I and you, if you can, be in the lawyer's office to watch it. I don't care if she gets that CD of Rod's, and there are 2 checks from Rod's sister's Lori that passed away from her estate. Nick can have them, but the house and everything else is mine, and she will have to.
And next, I'm asking to publish Exhibit 99.
You may.
Okay. Can you please resume the remainder of the message that's shown on this text?
Everything else is mine, and she will have to wait till I die for anything from that, but I am scared. She has gotten so greedy.
So, Ms. Mfeld, would it be accurate to say that as far back as June 2023, Carol Mitchell was concerned about Nicole Mitchell?
Yes.
Ms. Mfeld, did Carol Mitchell ever relay any conversations to you about her biological son, Jonathan, and possible inheritance?
Yes.
Can you describe that conversation?
When I first met with Carol to go to her attorney's office to become her power of attorney, the will and everything was already taken care of, and it was just more so the finalizing it and signing it and getting those matters into place. And at that time, she had in her will, everything would be left half to Jonathan and half to Nicole.
Did Carol Mitchell ever relay to you any conversations that she had with Nicole Mitchell about that arrangement?
She voiced some frustrations that it was commented that since Jonathan wasn't her biological, or since he was her biological son that she had given up for adoption, that he shouldn't get anything.
Oh, Nicole, you bitch. Yes, Carol gave up her boy for adoption at age 18. They were reunited 30 years ago. And Nicole says, well, she gave him up. He shouldn't get anything. Shut the fuck up. Jesus Christ. Nicole, you have income as a state senator. You have income as a lieutenant colonel in the Army Weather Service. Yeah, and folks, many of you who are here just watched the Corey Richins trial. Greedy people are dangerous. Now, not greedy people by default, but when they expresses it this way and are prepared to do crimes to get access to stuff. The loop isn't, it's not a stretch that Carol is afraid of her life.
Those were Nicole Mitchell's statements as relayed to you by Carol Mitchell?
Yes. And it was mentioned on numerous times.
And fast forwarding to mid-April 2024, again, just to be clear, did Nicole Mitchell ever contact you or inform you that she was coming to check on Carol Mitchell?
No.
Thank you, Ms. Mfeld. I have no further questions.
Mr. Ringstrom.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Mfeld.
Good morning.
Ms. Mfeld, when did Carol Mitchell get her own will?
I believe those proceedings started right after Rod had passed. That they had made up the new one. Whether she had one before that, I was not aware.
Okay. And let's draw a distinction, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. There were proceedings related to Rod's estate. Are you saying there was a separate legal procedure at Carol Mitchell's attorney's office to create a will?
I just know that one was being created to update the will so that Rod's name wasn't on it. I don't know if there was one prior to that with both of them on there. I never saw any of that.
Okay.
I was just with her when the new one was getting done.
Okay. And that was after you became Carol Mitchell's power of attorney?
Correct. I think that was in early June when I was up there the first time,
Okay.
23.
But it's your testimony that Carol Mitchell does have a will,
Yes.
correct? Okay. Roderick Mitchell, however, did die without a will. That's your understanding?
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And I'm not asking you lawyer questions. You can answer only what you know.
Yep.
But is it your understanding that Roderick Mitchell and Carol Mitchell were legally married?
Yes.
And so when Roderick Mitchell died without a will, I mean, she was the widow. She was the surviving spouse, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you never saw a document, whether a will or even a handwritten note from Roderick Mitchell about the idea that anybody but Carol Mitchell would get his money when he was gone, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so whatever was going to happen with Roderick Mitchell's estate without a will was kind of going to be up to the court process or the court system. Is that your understanding?
I guess I always understood that if they were married and something happened with him, it would automatically become the spouse, which in this case would have been Carol.
Of course. Very good. Ms. Mfeld, I want to ask you about the window of time from March of 2023 until April of 2024. And so really we're talking about when Rod Mitchell passes to the incident in April 2024, okay?
Okay.
During that window of time, did you...
Folks, Mo!
What in the I need to speak to your manager haircut is this?
That is Carol's niece. She was also appointed power of attorney over Carol after Nicole's aunts went in there and tried to get Carol's affairs in order. And she's been testifying about was there a probate hearing because Rod didn't have a will. She's been testifying about general stuff like Nicole never expressed the only time Nicole expressed concern over Carol to her was just after Rod died.
I was
And then
wondering
nothing.
if she had noticed anything, kind of concerning, because I can understand there might be things that in hindsight, oh, she was really misplacing her keys a lot. I chalked it up to grief, with her mild, or early stage symptoms, being diagnosed now. But
Yeah.
again, this woman just lost her husband of 40 years.
Yeah. What's interesting here is she was also involved when Carol contacted her lawyer to set up her will. And apparently that will has not been contested or anything of the sort. And you can't make a will if you're not all there. So this speaks against Nicole Mitchell's statement that she was had severe Alzheimer's. But because a person with severe Alzheimer's can't sign stuff.
No. And again, this would be someone who, okay, let's say she wasn't willing to give Nicole the full benefit of the doubt, but she could honestly look back and say, okay, you know what? She did misplace this a lot. She did, forget her son or something like that, and say, I chalked it up to grief, but she's not.
No,
if she's not bringing that in.
No, Carol contacted her because to become her power of attorney after Nicole and the aunts had been there, and helped her get her affairs in order because Carol was very, very worried that they don't have my interest at heart here. So that was shut down when she became power of attorney over Carol's estate. Or Carol's, over Carol, so to speak. They haven't testified. She hasn't said anything about forgetfulness or anything. And now it's the defense cross-examination we are listening to now. The prior, there's been a couple of people, Carol's friend who was there when they found the pry bar or the crowbar, and he was old. I remember in 1971, type of old. But he still had the attorney, he said to the prosecutor, "You need to clear up your questions."
And
it's kind of funny.
again, the defense doesn't realize that they don't know the jury. As a person who has, lost 2 family members to dementia, the fact that they are using the real struggle and pain that, hundreds of thousands of families go through when their family member, is suddenly violent or doesn't know who they are. The pain of sitting next to someone that you love who doesn't remember you is something uniquely heartbreaking. And to take that legitimate pain and try to use it, it's just as gross when Laura Owens does it. And I don't bring this up to say, feel sorry for me, but just it is very gross. And if there's anyone on the jury that has had to deal with the heartbreak of that kind of, thing, then this is incredibly offensive.
Yeah, I agree, because there's no accounts of her being actually forgetful or anything. Just old woman lost her husband unexpectedly. Grief does things to you, and now 2 years after her husband's passing, now she's diagnosed with early onset. So back in 2023 and 2024, she was just a grieving widow, and they try to use that to get stuff.
Well, you also can't have your cake and eat it too. If Nicole is allowed to use grief to justify and excuse everything, then Carol should be allowed to use that self-same grief.
Yeah.
It is a double-edged sword, and that's why you have to be incredibly careful the way you present things as a defense attorney, especially when your client is not likable, not sympathetic.
Now, you sadly you weren't here yesterday, but the defense has been. I expected more after their opening statement, but they have been surprisingly mellow in their cross-examinations. So I'm thinking they are waiting for their case.
I was about to say they're probably being strategic because it takes an incredible lawyer. Again, we've seen it in Uvalde, but it takes a very high caliber lawyer to gently cross-examine without looking like a jerk.
Yeah. So, and yesterday, the Carol herself testified, but that wasn't shown on the stream. And a bunch of cops are testifying. And sadly, the cop who Carol phoned in, I found this crowbar near the window. And he went there, jumped down, and grabbed it by his bare hand. Yeah. And his excuse was, I did my 12-hour shift, and this was a few hours later. Sir, when your 12-hour shift is over, go home. Don't keep working.
Yeah, that terrifies me. Again, sir, you have powers and privileges that the regular citizen doesn't have. We expect you to be on your A game.
Yeah.
that wouldn't fly. That excuse wouldn't fly if you had unalived a person, accidentally.
Yeah. And in this case, what if there were what if she wasn't caught in the house? And all of a sudden, your hands are all over the evidence, making the case harder. Yeah. So there's some questions about the competence. I mean, they are very, very lucky they have her confessing on the body cam.
Well, and maybe we're seeing why she wasn't charged with more serious things,
Yeah.
although it definitely seems like
Yeah.
like I don't feel like there was anything good. I am so glad that the stepmom woke up because she has crossed so many lines.
Yeah. And they have went through within the nightstand where Nicole were close. That's where Rod, the husband, kept his gun. So of course Carol was scared that Nicole might have been there for more nefarious reasons. All right. Let's keep listening here.
Escort or attend any of Carol Mitchell's medical appointments?
I did not.
Yeah, this is cross-examination.
I understand you are Carol Mitchell's power of attorney and have been since May of 2023. Did you ever become involved in paying Carol Mitchell's bills?
No, she takes care of that.
Okay. Did you have any involvement in what charities she supported or what money she may have sent to anybody else?
No.
Okay. And you had testified that you helped Carol Mitchell move out of the house, but that would have happened after April of 2024, correct?
Correct. It was in May.
Okay. And just so we're 100% clear, that happened after the incident that we're talking about here?
Yes.
All right.
Fuck yeah.
If she had moved out prior to the incident, there wouldn't be an incident.
Yeah.
Do you see why I can't deal with people?
Yeah. But I'm playing this in 1.25
Oh,
already. Yeah. They are not moving fast here.
Your mother is Dolores Lindholm, is that true?
Correct.
And normally, you correct me if I'm wrong, she would go by D or people would call her D? Okay. Ms. Mfeld, did you ever suggest to Nicole Mitchell or to anyone else that when Carol Mitchell was not able to take care of herself, that she could live with your mother D?
Yes.
And your mother D is in fact older than Carol Mitchell, correct?
Yes.
Would it be a fair statement that at least at some points in their lives, your mother D?
Yeah, this goes to because Nicole claimed out of the goodness of her heart that she could put Carol in a home or could stay with her. I think even if it's the same thing, live with her, I think the intent is different.
The intent is also different when, again, not without asking, the aunts and daughter come in rummaging through things a day after the funeral.
Yeah.
There's something very wrong. And again, there are ways that you could have handled this. You are a senator. Like it or lump it, you could have probably talked to the state or the police, local police, and say, hey, I'd like you to do a thorough welfare check. You probably could have gotten that expedited. They would have said, hey, this is the state senator's, stepmom. This is a special
and they asked
case.
the cop about that yesterday. In the records, are there any calls, welfare check calls? None. Not from Nicole, not from anybody. So I was so concerned for her. Well, so you burglarized her home instead of calling in for a wellness check?
Well, yeah, also as a lawyer, again, this woman is a lawyer. She should know
Yeah.
documentation. I called such and such with adult, advocacy. They gave me this number. I, talked to this specialist. I was told this. Here's his number. Here's the timestamp. Again, all of these things that would have gone to prove if she had in fact had a genuine concern.
Yeah.
He and Carol Mitchell were not always close.
They've gone back and forth with different things, yes.
And in May of 2023, I believe it was your testimony that it was determined your mother, Dolores Lindholm, was actually probably too old to be Carol Mitchell's power of attorney.
Correct.
Okay.
That's what she had told Carol.
Okay. So it's your understanding that your mother actually told Carol Mitchell that your mother was too old. Is that correct?
Yep.
All right. The impression that you got from Carol Mitchell leading up to your becoming power of attorney was that Nicole Mitchell and her aunts on her side were being deceitful. Is that correct?
Correct.
Was it your understanding that perceived or actual deceitfulness was about like money and things of that nature?
I think that Carol felt like they weren't being honest with her, and she felt like things were being taken out of the house when Rod passed, and they were there to help with things and questions, and she just felt like everyone was doing everything behind her back and not letting her make decisions or do things that she was capable of doing.
Okay. Had you been present for any of the conversations between Nicole Mitchell and Carol Mitchell?
No.
Oh yeah, there are no phone records of Nicole talking over the phone or texted Carol. None.
Well, and that's why, again, I this is the part that maddens me about people. As a lawyer, you would say, okay, we do not have contact. I made this effort to contact her. I made
Yeah.
this effort to contact. Roundabout, I called this relative.
Yeah. Hi, Lolita. I can't believe she took this to trial. She had to, because they charged her with a felony. And in Minnesota, she is a state senator. She can be impeached if she's convicted of a felony. She can't be impeached if she is convicted of a misdemeanor, like misdemeanor trespassing, which is what her attorney alluded to during opening statement. She would have pled to trespassing, but she will not plead to breaking for burglary because it's a felony. Yeah, because she wanted to keep a cozy Senate job.
And you talked about how Carol Mitchell became uncomfortable with, I think it was the text messages and phone calls that she got from Nicole Mitchell. Is that correct?
Correct.
Oh. Okay, so because prior testimony was that they didn't find any, on her phone. Huh. That's great.
Was she talking about the text messages and phone calls she got from Nicole Mitchell in the context of feeling that was deceitful?
I think she always felt threatened, and she was scared because it was always asking things, or like she was trying to take over things, wanted her to come down there and live with her, and she wasn't ready to make those moves, and she just felt like she was not being able to make her own decisions for what she wanted to do.
Yeah. Now, this is my word, not yours, and not Carol's. Was it your perception that she felt badgered by Nicole Mitchell about this stuff?
Yes.
Like it was a lot coming from Nicole
Yes.
Mitchell? Okay.
This is the defense, by the way. I don't see how this is.
Honey, or not honey.
You recall
It's been a
your
long day.
last.
Nick, he spent his opening statement basically convicting her.
Yeah.
I-
Yeah. He admitted to more crimes in opening statements. It took
Yeah,
me
he's
and Mo 3.5 hours to get through his 25-minute opening statement. We had to
My-
pause after every sentence he said to either laugh or ridicule or curse.
okay. Nick, then do not listen to Corey Richards' self-written statement. It is an aneurysm of word salad put together that Kamala Harris and Zoltron couldn't figure out.
Yeah. The Harry Demon asks, will you be streaming the retrial of Alex Murdoch? Maybe. Because now pre-trial is up and going again. And remember, the retrial is only what Becky Boo did. Not that the judge allowed in all the finances. But there will be a new judge. So the defense will clearly make a new stab at it.
Interesting.
Yeah. So it's not a guarantee that it will be a different trial. It's only a guarantee that it will be a trial where the court clerk will not try to affect the jury. And let me just say it like this. If the retrial involves all the finances again, no. No. Because that will convict him. That will absolutely convict him. If it's only about the actual, yeah, he was in debt and this is why he did it, and then go into the actual evidence, yeah, I would, because I have very, very hard questions to ask regarding the facts of the case. Of the
That
murder
is
case.
one that I did not get into, and hearing people talk about the slog it was, I am okay with my decision.
Yeah. I mean, it was a 4-week trial, and 3.5 of it was about finances and how he defrauded widows, defrauded children. I mean, after that, you would convict him of everything.
Yeah, yeah. And that's why I thought that it was a really good idea, and I think the state, kind of removed any sort of shenanigans the defense might pull in the Corey Richards trial by segregating the financial crimes into a different trial
Yeah.
for her.
Yeah. And also, I mean, the federal finances trial against Alec Murdoch, yeah, he will spend the rest of his life in prison either way. But in the murder case, that his motive was, well, he had a $50,000 a week drug habit. He defrauded a bunch of people. He was scared of being caught. So he killed his wife and son as a distraction. Yeah. That's not a distraction, folks. That is, what the fuck?
Nick, to be fair, we are currently watching a trial in
Yeah.
which someone is trying to excuse burglary with, elder care.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Nicole Mitchell, born 10/10. Do you know who else is born 10/10? Sarah Boone.
Oh, I was gonna say Manson. No, Corey Richards saw Sarah Boone and said,
Hold my beer.
yeah, holy goodness, dear
Yeah, I heard a bit
giblets."
about what I mean, hats off for Mr. Bloodworth for weakening his case to protect the boys. Because her alibi, her perceived alibi, all lies. All lies. But
Yeah,
he wanted to protect the sons from her. So he actively weakened his case. I mean, the evidence was there already, but that's a hard decision that not many prosecutors would have taken. Many prosecutors, a majority of all prosecutors, would have put the kids on the stand.
Yeah, I
So
mean,
hats
think
off to you,
about the
Mr.
Athena
Bloodworth.
Strand case where they could have put on, her little sister, all the kids from her elementary school. I mean, we've seen prosecutors do that. So thank goodness for good state prosecutors.
All right, back to this one. This doesn't involve red drums or kids. Well, technically, it involves kids. Just that these kids are in their 50s and 60s.
Good Lord, the kids are not all right. The kids are not all right.
You recall your last exchange with Nicole Mitchell was it sometime in the summer of 2023?
I believe it was in May of 23.
Okay.
Ballparkish. I know it was after Rod's passing. And so she had called me one day and had some concerns about Carol and her health.
And that's a long time ago, but how long do you think that phone call was?
I'd probably say 10, 15 minutes.
Yeah, because the moment she was a power of attorney, Nicole had no interest in her. Absolutely no interest in talking to her, because now this woman was an obstacle.
I'm surprised that she didn't start a campaign to destroy this woman's credibility too.
Yeah.
Maybe.
After Nicole Mitchell made that call to you, and I think you said that the two of you really haven't historically been close?
Correct.
Okay. Were you able to follow up with Carol Mitchell's physicians about those concerns?
I didn't follow up with her doctors with it. I guess I just took my own take on it from dealing with her and being around her and seeing how her actions were, that I didn't have those same concerns.
Had you, did you following that call, sort of check on Carol Mitchell's living situation, maybe to sort of adapt the home situation to be safer for her?
We'd been up there quite a few times. We'd been in contact with her and different things, and I never had any red flags that showed up. Like one of the conversations when we were talking was things were like in a disarray or things like that, and I didn't see that. The only part that was probably in a disarray was the back corner bedroom, which they'd emptied out a hutch and put everything into boxes. So that room was probably the only one that was in a disarray. Everything else was just how Carol kept things.
Okay.
Yeah, and we saw in the body cam footage, plants, alive, well kept. A lot of stuff, like many old people have, but not dirty.
No,
not trashy.
There wasn't a layer of dust or film on things.
No.
You can tell when things haven't been taken care of.
Yeah.
So, but it would be a fair statement that after the call from Nicole Mitchell, you didn't really follow up with other people to corroborate or to check on those concerns.
I had reached out to her friend Lori and her neighbor Penny and things like that, and just asked, we've all been kind of watching over, and just if things seem out of the ordinary or things of that sort, or any red flags, that we've all been in contact, and we haven't had those.
After Rod Mitchell's death, had anyone come to live with Carol Mitchell or stay with her on a regular basis?
No.
your understanding, Ms. Mfeld, who ended up with Rod Mitchell's estate?
Carol.
Okay.
Yeah. Rod's wife since over 40 years. Shocker.
Who would have
And-
guessed?
By the time that process was completed, you were the power of attorney?
Correct.
Okay. And there was some talk in that text message, and we can pull it up if we need, but let's just go on memory that there's something about Lori or Lori's money or something like that. Do you recall that?
Rod had a sister, Lori, that passed away.
Uh-huh.
And from my understanding with Carol, that there was some checks that were sent to her siblings that were given to them. And so, to my understanding, that was from her, whether it was some life insurance or she was, sharing some of her, whatever she had in her estate or whatever.
Okay. And you may or may not know what the amount was, but was it your understanding that it was some thousands of dollars?
I don't remember what the total was talked about, but I want to think there was a couple of checks for like $10,000 each.
Okay. Was it your understanding that ultimately that money did in fact go to Carol Mitchell when the estate was all settled?
I believe so because it was Rod's that would go to Carol as a survivor.
Okay. Okay.
So Nicole thought that they had more money somewhere.
Thank you, Ms. Mfeld. I have no further questions.
Mr. McDonald.
Ms. Mfeld, you referenced a couple names a moment ago, Lori and Penny. Do you know their full names?
Nope.
Can you tell us who those individuals would be? I mean,
Penny is Carol's neighbor right next door. They've lived next door to each other for many, many years. So they've always talked in the backyards and stuff like that. And then her friend Lori has been a good friend of hers for many years. I think they live by Cormorant or something, but they've been very close for many, many years.
so would it be accurate that these two individuals are part of Carol Mitchell's social group?
Yes.
Okay. Friends?
Yes, very close.
Ms. Mfeld, are you aware if Carol Mitchell has any delinquent bills at this current time?
I don't believe so.
You are aware and she doesn't, or you're not aware?
I'm not aware that she has any, but usually she has said if she's gotten anything that she's called about, like if she's gotten something that doesn't look like an invoice, like there was a magazine one time, and she's like, "Is this her invoice?" I said, "No, it's a fake one."
Are you aware if Carol Mitchell is subject to any collection type actions currently?
Not that I'm aware of.
And would she run these type of things by you if she had questions?
Yep. Yes.
Are you aware of Carol Mitchell being scammed out of any money to date?
Not that I'm aware of.
If she had concerns, do you believe she would, again, run them by you?
Yes.
Well, now, Ms. Mfeld, you are the power of attorney for Carol Mitchell, correct?
Correct.
Does that power of attorney give you access to her medical records?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever accessed her medical records?
I have not.
Are you aware of any other individual who would have the right to access Carol Mitchell's medical records?
No.
Is that a no?
It's a no. Yep.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Ringster.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Mfeld, again, by the point that
maybe
Roderick
don't
Mitchell's estate
confess
was
that
being
your
dealt with in the
client-
court system.
Don't confess in opening statements that your client unlawfully broke into her medical records, because then the state will ask something like that and you'll really look like a douchebag.
Yeah. And the question I asked my chat, this laptop she allegedly was given by Carol. Why did she bring it back in a burglary? If it's not for she did something to it, because Carol thought it was missing. And
Well, my question,
my guess is that Nicole brought it back in order to make it seem like Carol was more confused than she was by bringing the laptop back.
well, that or she also had her government laptop. Now,
Yeah.
maybe I'm giving her too much credit, but what access to databases does she have? Can she, again, backdoor her way into the BMV, into, different things
Yeah.
with her?
Yeah. The phone. Was she there to download the phone? I mean, there's so much going on that should have been brought up as a charge, in my opinion, especially going through her stepmother's medical records and bank records. Yeah.
And you were the power of attorney, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Were you aware of any bills that Carol Mitchell had failed to pay before the finalization of that estate?
No.
Okay. Were you aware of any bills that had to be discharged after the finalization of that estate because Carol Mitchell failed to pay them?
No.
Okay. You testified as to access to Carol Mitchell's medical records. You also have access to her financial records.
Correct.
When is the last audit you conducted of Carol Mitchell's financial records?
We met with Wells Fargo, trying to think, let's see, I'd say early this spring. We were in contact with them and went back through things.
Spring of 2025.
Correct.
Okay. Speaking of her medical records, of Carol Mitchell's medical records, you did and have been aware of Carol Mitchell's diagnosis for Alzheimer's.
Correct.
Early onset.
And I'm not intending to ask you any details, but do you have any other family members, friends, or close personal acquaintances in your life who have dealt with Alzheimer's?
Yes.
Okay, so you are familiar with the progression of that disease?
Yes, I took care of my mother-in-law for 5 years.
And you understand that people with Alzheimer's can present in very different ways from your own experience?
Correct.
Sometimes people with Alzheimer's can appear extremely lucid and sharp.
Yep.
And in fact, Carol Mitchell has, it's my opinion, you tell me what you think, has, I think, a very elegant and refined voice and way of speaking about things.
She does, yes.
But that doesn't actually mean she always tracks everything that's going on. Is that a fair statement?
I think she has times where she's more flustered, so it seems progressively worse when it's not.
So it's your testimony that your opinion, it's not really progressively worse for Carol.
Yeah, I mean, it's a disease that's not going to go away, and we know we're going to see progression as it comes. I think stress and different things like that can cause days more of it. Then you see higher signs of it than the next day.
Mo?
Yes.
Did you fall asleep?
No, I've just been sitting here, but I am going to bounce. I have been
Yeah.
up since 4, and I have had to deal with the weaponized stupidity of the entire defense.
Yeah.
Nick, what you have to see the prayer circle. Dear Lord, the defense.
I saw snippets of it as she started talking, and I thought to myself, "Oh, for the love of God!"
I would rather watch Human Centipede.
Yeah. I will I'm obligated, as I cover the trial, to cover that tomorrow.
Depending
Because
on
seriously. And what were those fucking letters? By people who never met her.
I was shocked they were allowed to bring in all that they
Yeah.
were allowed to bring in. I could not. Again, $1.3 million spent on that shambolic defense, and they have the audacity to demand a continuance or more time for the appeal when Kathy Nestor basically said, "I'm taking the next 2 weeks off to go on vacation."
At this point in time, there's no appeal that can save her. I mean, I could not see a single thing in that trial that was
Well,
obviously bad shit from the judge.
in things that they won't warn you about, if you like Game of Thrones and perhaps uncomfortably close relationships between siblings, there's that. We
Oh,
got to
yeah.
hear a love poem from her brother.
Oh God.
I miss your eyes. I miss your hair. I miss your face everywhere. I shit you not. It made Daryl Brooks look like Shakespeare. I
Yes,
recommend you bring booze.
Yeah, the problem is I have a day off tomorrow, not Friday, for some fucked up reason. Because tomorrow or right now it's Christ Ascension Day.
Happy Pentecost.
Yeah, oh well, Pentecost or whatever. And
Well,
it's
after
amazing that
Pentecost.
Sweden, who is known throughout the world as one of the most non-Christian countries there is, we have an obligatory day off for Christ Ascension Day. But the nation under God, United States of America, you're happy, you're not whipped on Christ Ascension Day.
At this point, I wish we would have gotten it off because I would have been spared from Corey. I didn't do anything wrong.
All right. But thank you for popping in. Tomorrow, I'm going to take a look at the origins, and then I'm going to continue with this trial. Yeah.
May the odds be ever in your favor. Good Lord. I'm done. I'm done thinking. I cannot process any more insanity today. Bye, you guys.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to take this to 1.5 because damn, it's slow.
Thank you, Ms. Mfeld. No further questions.
Oh, no further
McDonald.
questions.
Ms. Mfeld, since becoming power of attorney, do you feel like you've kept a close watch on Carol Mitchell?
Yes.
And are you aware of anything going on in her life on April 22nd, 2024 that would require an emergent break into her home?
No.
Nothing further.
No further questions. Ms. Mfeld, let me set that. Okay. Again, watch your step.
Hey, Tammy. Good to have you here.
All right, we are continuing our coverage of the trial of state.
Up. Okay, they are having a break. Oh, here's next witness.
So we're going to replay that testimony for you now.
No. Okay, I'm not interested in a replay. We already listened to that. And oh, that's a long ass break, folks. Oh, that's the jury. Okay, that's good. Oh. 10 men, 5 women, 12 jurors, 3 alternates. Let's see here.
Carol Mitchell in Beck.
Last name is Todd.
And sir, are you currently employed?
Yes, sir.
Where at?
With the city of Detroit Lakes with the police department.
And what is your title?
I'm the chief of police.
Could you outline your educational background?
Certainly. I graduated from high school in 1991 and I went to college at Morehead State University and I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice, graduating in 1995.
Could you outline your law enforcement experience?
Certainly. I started as a part-timer while I was in college back in 1994. I was hired with my first police job in 1995 with the city of Fargo as a police officer. In 1999, I went to work for Clay County Sheriff's Office. I went through a few promotions at Clay County, finishing there in 2016 when I was hired as the chief of police here in Detroit Lakes.
You've served as the DL chief since 2016?
Yes, sir. Let me just interrupt a moment here. Chief, the microphones are pretty sensitive. You have a pretty strong voice. If you could just move it back a little bit there, we won't get the feedback. I apologize, sir. That's okay.
Chief Todd, I want to turn your attention to April 22nd, 2024. Do you recall that morning?
Yes, sir.
Were you made aware of arrest of Nicole Mitchell?
Yes, sir.
Can you explain the chain of command in your office?
Sure. I oversee the department as the chief of police. At that time, at the time of this incident, there were 3 sergeants. 2 of the sergeants are assigned to the patrol division, and they work a patrol schedule with all of the patrol officers. One of the sergeants was, at the time, assigned to the investigations division and would supervise investigators and school resource officers. The officers report directly to the sergeants and the sergeants to me.
At the time of the defendant's arrest, did you kind of take an active role in this case?
I did.
Why is that?
The day of the arrest, there was a large number of media inquiries about the arrest due to the nature of the situation. So I became involved in responding to a lot of those. And then I also assisted just reviewing reports and body cam footage of the incident.
I want to jump ahead a tiny bit. Did you go to Carol Mitchell's house on April 25th?
Yes, sir.
2024?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At that time, did Carol Mitchell demonstrate to you what had occurred on the morning of April 22nd?
She did. Yes.
Did she walk through being awoken and such?
Yes. She brought us to her bedroom and described kind of step by step what happened when she was awakened that morning of the call.
Was your body worn camera activated on April 25th?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you record that conversation with Ms. Mitchell?
Yes, sir.
Was it a true and accurate depiction of that interaction that morning?
Yes, sir.
And have you had a chance to review that portion of it prior to trial?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, Chief Todd, if I told you it was marked as Exhibit 113 in our exhibit system, would you have any reason to doubt me?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask to offer Exhibit 113.
Objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 113 is received.
I would ask to briefly publish, Your Honor.
You may.
I'm going to slow this down because more body cam video from the daytime. And pay attention to if they're going inside. Do you think that is a cluttered home?
Husband's my friend Jim here. Vacuum cleaner guy Jim stuff.
Hi, Carol.
Hi.
Jim, how are you today?
Carol, I know we didn't call it or anything, but would you be okay if we were to go take a look around the house and downstairs and look for?
I don't mind.
That's not a cluttered home. I mean, there's a lot of stuff, but seriously, who here hasn't been at grandma and grandpa's place and it is not filled with stuff? Now, my grandparents were born at or before World War One, so different kind of stuff. But it's a well-kept home. No actual sign of this severe dementia.
Potential evidence. We've got maybe a couple of things in mind that we are looking for.
Jim cleaned out that big drop window over there where that drywall was, just to see if anything else was in it, but it was just in dirt. So,
While we're up here, could you show us your bedroom and where the person was that you stepped on?
yeah. Down here. She was laying right here with her head.
Let me get up here with my body camera so you can describe it. Okay?
Okay, I see her.
Yep.
And she was laying right here. Her head was at that end and her feet at this.
Okay. Is there anything that you keep?
3 drawers under there, but there's
What do you keep in those drawers?
socks, underwear. You know, I checked to see if there was any. This is just an empty box. I was checking to make sure that it's just, you know.
Okay, just
But I did keep, for a long time, I kept my pistol.
okay.
And I'm sure.
So you
She may
cleaned
be
up,
aware.
you stepped out of bed and you actually,
Something woke me, and I stick with earplugs,
Mhm.
so I couldn't figure out what it was that woke me.
Yep.
If it was a loud sound, or if what. So I just, what was that? I stepped on a body,
Oh.
and it moved.
yeah.
And I went, what the hell? And I jumped on like this and grabbed, because I thought it was like a little kid or something.
Uh-huh.
I didn't think it. And then when it was bigger well, at first I thought, yeah, a man had broke in, but it was too small for a big man. So then I thought it was a little boy or some teenager got in or something. And then she shot out, ran out down the hall through the kitchen and down into the basement.
Okay. I'll follow you now. Thank you.
Basement?
So, and you definitely saw this person hang a left
Yes,
and go
I
down.
was right behind her. And I still thought it was a boy. You know, I never, until you guys told me it was Nicole, I didn't know. Okay.
Yeah, so out of the goodness of her heart, according to Nicole, she's crawled into her stepmother's bedroom near where she kept her pistol. Out of the goodness of her heart, just to check on her. Sure.
So, Chief Todd, you were intimately aware.
Carol, I don't say this. I don't think I've ever said this, but since we now know you stepped out of bed and stepped on Nicole, we all wish you were wearing stilettos to bed.
Of the defendant's arrest, is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And you were aware when she was formally charged?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall which day that was?
No, I don't remember which date. I would guess it would have been the following date after the arrest, but
April 23rd?
yes.
Would it be also fair to say that you are aware of, when she had court proceedings and was released from custody?
Yes, sir.
Chief Todd, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 114. You see that document, sir?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
Is it a true and accurate record generated from the jail system?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'm going to offer 114 at this time.
No objection, Your Honor.
114 is received.
I would ask to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
Okay, Chief Todd, I'm going to direct you to the middle portion of this document. Does it state when Ms. Mitchell was booked in or began officially being in custody?
Yes, sir.
What time is that?
05:36 hours on April 22nd, sir.
Does it state when she was released from custody?
Yes, sir.
Could you read that time for us?
11:58 hours on April 23rd, 2024.
Thank you. Now, Chief, you had testified already that you kind of took an active role in this case. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Given the defendant's title, did you continue to monitor things?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did anything else come to your attention later that afternoon after the defendant was released?
Yes, sir.
What was that, sir?
I was notified, and I don't remember by whom, but I was notified of a social media post that the defendant had put on Facebook.
Oh.
Did you capture a copy of that, sir?
Yes, sir, I did.
Oh, really?
Chief Todd, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 115. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, sir. That's the screen grab that I made of that posting.
From which website?
Facebook.
Oh, what did you write?
And does it appear to be a exact replica of the screen grab that you did?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'm going to offer Exhibit 115.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 115 is received.
I would ask to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
Chief Todd, could you read the
Oh. Hold on. She was just released from jail and writes, like so many families, mine is dealing with the pain of watching a loved one decline due to Alzheimer's and associated paranoia. Oh, you bitch. And she claims, over the weekend, I've learned of medical information which caused me grave concern and prompted me to check on that family member. She forgot to write at 4:30 in the morning in burglar attire. And learned of medical information. You broke into her medical files. I entered a home I've come and gone from countless times in the past 20 years. You were banned from that house because you stole stuff, you and your aunts. Unfortunately, I started this close relative exacerbating paranoia, and I was accused of stealing, which I absolutely deny. Oh, you bitch. It was 4:30 in the morning. You were dressed as a comic book burglar, and she stepped on you. Thank you to all my friends and colleagues of both parties for the kind words of support and for trusting my character, even before I had a chance to respond. Oh, I'm quite sure they retracted that words of concern or support. This has been a true tragedy for our family, and I hope it can return to being a private matter. Oh, hell no. This is a politician getting her narrative out before the facts are out. And remember, she fought every FOIA request for that body cam video up until, I believe, it was released more or less the day of trial. She fought it. And then whoever she fraudulently fooled with her narrative, at that point in time, oh, fuck no.
Defendant's social media post.
Sure. Regarding the recent news, like so many families, mine is dealing with the pain of watching a loved one decline due to Alzheimer's and associated paranoia. Over the weekend, I learned of medical information which caused me grave concern and prompted me to check on that family member. I entered a home I have come and gone from countless times in the past 20 years, where my son even once had his own room. Unfortunately, I startled this close relative, exacerbating paranoia, and I was accused of stealing, which I absolutely deny. Thank you to all my close friends and colleagues of both parties for the kind words of support and for trusting my character even before I had a chance to respond. This has been a true tragedy for our family, and my hope is that it can return to being a private matter.
Thank you. Chief Todd, you had, as supervisor, you had reviewed the body-worn camera footage in this case?
Yes, sir.
And did this social media post appear to be consistent with what you had observed on the body-worn camera?
No, sir.
Chief Todd, were you made aware of any other statements that the defendant published?
I believe I attached a public statement later on, but I don't remember the date that was made. I believe I attached another public statement by the defendant to the case file.
Chief Todd, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 116. Do you recognize this?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell us what this was?
This would be that release from the defendant that I published later.
Again, you saved a copy of this?
Yes, sir.
Does this appear to be a true and accurate copy?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'm going to offer Exhibit 116.
No objection.
Exhibit 116 is received.
Your Honor, I would ask to publish at this time.
You may.
Oh. Senator Nicole Mitchell does not intend to resign. Senator Mitchell offers the following statement. While I cannot elaborate more at the advice of counsel, I can say I am extremely disappointed that the complaint lacks the complete information of the incident, including important context. For example, I have known the other person involved in this incident since I was 4 years old and deeply care about her. Really. It saddens me that some people are attempting to use a tragic family situation to score political points. You broke into your stepmother's home, you bitch. A house you were banned from. after you and your aunts stole stuff. And I'm grateful to those who believe, as I always have, that everyone should be allowed the due process guaranteed by our Constitution. I'm confident that a much different picture will emerge when all the facts are known. I am as committed to my constituents today as the day I was elected, including important work for veterans and children, and I do not intend to resign. You greedy bitch. As it turns out, what they were saying about this case was true, and you, Senator Mitchell, is a lying cahoot. This is somebody trying to save her career. And she got a full year and change before trial, and she had to resign. That's $50,000, $51,000 in base pay plus expenses. And folks, it's the expenses. That's the money grab for a politician. I don't know about the United States, but when I worked as a documents analyst in the European Parliament, politicians there can submit anything as an expense, including, but not limited to, all-inclusive vacations because they had a 1-hour meeting that week and stuff like that. I would imagine it's no difference in the United States.
I'm not going to ask you to read that, Chief Todd.
Okay.
And Chief Todd, you were present, I think we've already covered this, you were present at Carol Mitchell's home on the April 25th,
Yes, sir.
and you assisted with what we've been calling as the point of entry investigation.
Yes, sir.
You were present when Investigator Vicmark and Sergeant Glander made their observations and took photographs.
Yes, sir.
After April 25th, did you have any other active role in this investigation?
Yes, sir. I don't remember the exact date with all my notes, but I did have some interaction with the Becker County Jail regarding an item that was on the defendant's person at the time of her processing. However, we weren't aware of that item until later on in the week.
And as chief, you've kind of looked over this whole case file, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And like with any investigation, there's a few items that you wish the state had, or the agency had done differently. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Could you just walk us through a couple of those things that, looking back, you wish you had taken charge of?
Sure. The item that was found on the defendant's person during her booking process was some type of a fingertip flashlight glove device. The jailers found it during the pat down and it wasn't saved. The arresting officer wasn't notified, so that item was lost and it was given back to the defendant during her out processing. I would have liked to have that item as evidence for the court process. One of the other things that I wished we'd have done different, I wished we'd have seized the defendant's cell phone. I don't believe we did. I would have liked to have had that for multiple.
Yeah, this is, oh shit, she is a state senator. And all of a sudden, they forgot to do stuff. They should be very, very happy she was caught red-handed, because other than that, this is not an impressive investigation. Not at all. But they are honest about it. Yeah, I would definitely have wanted to see the contents of the defendant's cell phone, especially her text messages and emails between her and her aunts.
Reasons, but for a lot of data that may have been contained on that phone.
In the defendant's car, was it ever searched?
It was not. I would have, now that you remind me of that, sir, I wished we would have impounded the car and done a search warrant on the car.
Yeah, now we're going into pure stupidity here. Absolute pure stupidity. Keisha, how did she get into the EMSR? Well, Nicole claims that she was gifted an old laptop of Nicole's. And that was supposed to be gifted to Nicole's kids to do schoolwork and stuff. Through that laptop, she gained access to the medical records and bank records of Carol. So that is how she found out about Carol and her medical conditions and everything. That is, in my opinion, identity theft, because she had to portray herself as Carol to get access to bank records and medical information. That's clear identity theft. And I'm amazed she wasn't short with it. But that's politicians' privilege, I guess.
See what other items were there.
But all in all, fair to say you're proud of your officers?
I am. It's very rare in this part of the country to have an active home burglary occur when a resident is in the home. It's very rare. And then for the officers to make an arrest in that situation is also very rare. So I am proud that the officers successfully made that arrest, and the basics of the criminal elements were met in their arrest.
Thank you, Chief Todd. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Ringstrom?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Chief.
Yes, sir. Good morning, or good afternoon.
There was 2 active burglaries that morning, wasn't there? You watched the body camera videos. I know Deputy Bruce isn't in your chain of command, but you're familiar that there was another active burglary. He had to leave Carol Mitchell's home because there was another one going on at the same time.
I remember hearing that dispatched on the body camera video, but I don't know any of the details of that event.
Court records here in Becker County would reflect that burglary charges happened with some regularity.
Yes.
Okay. Chief Todd, you watched your body camera video there. Carol Mitchell said to you that she first thought it was a big man, correct?
On the body camera?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And then she said, then she thought it was a little boy, correct?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, it's 4:30 in the fucking morning, and she just stepped on somebody who broke into her home. it's for fuck's sake.
Are you aware whether there was a forensic examination done of Carol Mitchell's cell phone in this case?
I'm not aware of that, sir.
Okay. Are you aware whether Carol Mitchell's medical records were ever secured by law enforcement in this case?
I'm not aware of that, sir.
Okay. Is there any reason that you would not be aware of it if it in fact happened?
There's a lot of data with the case, but I think I would generally be aware of it if it happened, sir.
Are you aware of whether there was a search warrant for Nicole Mitchell's phone secured at any time following her release?
I do not believe we did a search warrant for Nicole Mitchell's phone, sir.
Are you aware whether the Detroit Lakes Police Department coordinated with the Woodbury Police Department, where Nicole Mitchell lives, to execute any type of searches?
No, I'm not aware of that, sir.
Okay. Are you aware whether any law enforcement in this file did any search for fingerprints in this case?
I don't believe that happened, sir.
She was caught in burglar attire inside the house, on body cam, admitting she did something bad. She was stepped on as she was crawling towards the nightstand where a gun supposedly was. I mean, why search for fingerprints? Now, I understand when it comes to the pry bar. That definitely should have happened. But she broke in, trying to take stuff. She admitted to it on body cam.
Are you aware whether any of Roderick Mitchell's or Carol Mitchell's possessions were found in Nicole Mitchell's possession following her detention? It's a complicated question. Is it your understanding that Nicole Mitchell
Doesn't matter. It's the intent to steal, which she admitted to on body cam after she was Mirandized.
didn't have any of Rod or Carol Mitchell's stuff when she was arrested or detained?
I believe she had one item that at the time we believed was Carol's property.
And that's the laptop, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. And so if Sergeant Glander testified to that, that's been ruled out. Besides the laptop, are you aware of any other possessions of Rod or Carol Mitchell's that Nicole Mitchell had in her possession?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Chief. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Mr. McDonald?
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, Chief, you may step down. Again, watch your step.
I don't know how they ruled out the thing with the laptop. I have no idea. Because why would she? Because Carol on body cam said laptops had disappeared. She can't find them. And then Nicole is found in her house with that laptop, which she then claims, no, it was gifted to me. All right, who's next?
9, ladies and gentlemen, I think we'll use this opportunity for our afternoon.
Okay, afternoon break. Let's see who this is.
Mr. Ringstrom.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Keel.
Good afternoon.
I'm sorry, I'm kind of behind that glass. Would you state your full name for the record?
My name is Jonathan Andrew Keel.
All right. And Mr. Keel, where do you live?
I live in Plymouth, Minnesota.
Mr. Keel, do you know a Carol Mitchell?
Yes, I do.
And why do you know Carol Mitchell?
Carol Mitchell is my birth mother.
All right, Mr. Keel, that microphone is very sensitive and it does pick up everything. If you're speaking into it at a very close distance, it picks up like your breath, and so we're not hearing you completely. So you can speak up, but just stay a little bit further away from the microphone. Okay?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ringstrom.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Mr. Keel, if you can't hear me, please let me know.
I can hear you.
Very good. Mr. Keel, do you know Nicole Mitchell?
Yes, I do.
And how do you know Nicole Mitchell?
I met Nicole Mitchell after I was reunited with my birth mother.
And again, your birth mother is Carol Mitchell, correct?
Yes.
Right. Approximately when did you meet Nicole Mitchell?
I met Carol Mitchell when, what was the question, when I met Carol or Nicole?
Well, I know I'd have to have the court reporter read it back, but let's start with, when did you meet your birth mother, Carol Mitchell?
That was around 2003.
And then when did you meet Nicole Mitchell?
Okay, so 22 years ago at the time
I
of
don't
trial.
recall exactly. I believe it was years later, maybe more, around 2008.
Okay.
I'm not entirely sure.
But it was within some few years of your meeting your birth mother, Carol Mitchell. Is that true?
I believe so.
Okay. Do you remember where or how you met Nicole Mitchell?
No, I don't. I don't remember the first time that I actually met Nicole.
Did you ever see or interact with Nicole Mitchell in Carol Mitchell's presence?
Yes. Yes, I have.
Okay. How many times do you think that happened?
That has probably happened, to the best of my ability, I think maybe around 3 times. Yeah. That I've been with Carol and Rod and Nicole together. I can really kind of place right around 3 times.
Okay. But would it be fair to say, based on your testimony, that you've definitely met Nicole Mitchell in the past?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Keel, did you see Nicole Mitchell at Rod Mitchell's funeral?
Yes, I did.
Would you describe for the jury the circumstances of that? What just briefly that situation was like? And I'm asking more about whatever you may have interacted with Nicole Mitchell at that funeral.
Well, Rod's passing was sudden and very sad. And I remember being at the funeral, and I was there, to support Mom. It was tragic. She was really hurting. And I interacted with Nicole a few times at the funeral, just in condolences, watching her out of concern. But there was a few words. I felt really bad for Nicole.
Okay. Mr. Keel, when you saw Nicole Mitchell at Rod Mitchell's funeral, did you and your mom, Carol Mitchell, and Nicole Mitchell all talk together?
I don't recall a conversation. I can somewhat picture standing together. I can picture us standing there waiting to walk in and for the funeral to begin.
Okay.
Yeah, according to Nicole Mitchell, as evidence of Carol's Alzheimer's, she introduced John to Nicole. Here's the thing. The only person who seems to have a recollection of that is Nicole, the person who broke into her stepmother's home.
I don't remember any conversation that we had.
Mr. Keel, do you recall whether Carol Mitchell introduced you to Nicole Mitchell at that funeral?
No, I don't recall that.
Do you recall whether you and Nicole would have sort of, exchanged a knowing look that maybe Carol didn't remember that the two of you had met before?
No, I don't recall that.
Mr. Keel, is it true that you and I haven't really had much contact with each other throughout this case?
No, we haven't.
Really, is it fair that the only contact we've had is maybe in the hall when I said, when you may or may not testify?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And so is it fair that we didn't talk about what you may or may not testify to here today?
We did not talk about it.
Okay. Did you speak to a law enforcement investigator early on in this case?
Yes, I did.
And did you have an opportunity to speak to someone from the prosecutor's office leading up to this trial?
Yes, I did.
Did you have an opportunity to speak to an investigator from my office in the last few weeks?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And I want to ask the question just to be clear, so no one's confused. When you were at Rod Mitchell's funeral, did Carol Mitchell introduce you to Nicole Mitchell there as though the two of you had never met?
I don't recall that happening.
Okay. If you had said that at an earlier time to someone else, is it possible that you're not remembering it?
It would be quite striking. That I wouldn't remember that. I mean, I can picture the funeral, parts of it, but I don't recall. I recall Mom being nervous, sad, but I don't recall her introducing me to Nicole at this time. I can't pull it in my memory. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Mr. Keel, did you have any text exchanges with Nicole Mitchell about your mom, Carol Mitchell?
Yes, I imagine I imagine that I did, yeah.
Mr. Keel, would you have texted with Nicole Mitchell about whether Carol Mitchell had exhibited any paranoia?
The only thing I remember in a text to Nicole was, what I remember is when Nicole was running for state senator.
Okay.
And I also remember a text where it was the first Father's Day after the loss of Rod, and I sent my condolences. But I don't remember really discussing Mom with Nicole in the text chain.
Your Honor, I'd like to turn on the screen for the witness at this time.
You may.
Mr. Keel, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as Defense Exhibit 203. I want you to read that and familiarize yourself with that. At 203.
Right after meeting? Do you want me to read what's in green? What's in green?
Sir, I don't want you to read it out loud. I just want to read it to yourself. And then let us know when you had a chance to read that.
I read that.
Okay. This is true. And then this is what is marked for identification as Exhibit 204. Would you read that?
I read it.
And then what's marked for identification is Defense Exhibit 205.
I have no idea what this is supposed to be. I would assume they are claiming they have talked about this.
Here, at this time, I asked to introduce Exhibits 202, 3, and 4 into evidence. What?
Mr. McDonald?
No objection.
Right.
Yeah.
Exhibits.
And I spoke wrong. It's 203, 4, and 5. That was my mistake.
Mr. McDonald?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. Exhibits 203, 204, and 205 are received.
Your Honor, I'd like permission to publish.
You may.
So this is the first one. That appears that the text is Nicole Mitchell's text to you. Is that accurate?
That's how it appears.
Okay.
For clarification, you said first one. Is this 203?
This is 203. Thank you, Your Honor. I apologize. So here on 203, we're seeing a couple of texts that Nicole sent to you. Does that look accurate, Mr. Keel?
That's what it looks like.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you to read that, Mr. Keel.
It was fine. I'm always trying to juggle 3 things at once, so my texts are often a mess. LOL. Thank you for trying. I'm worried her Alzheimer's is starting to make her isolate more, and I've seen her start to get paranoid about things in a couple texts. So I'll keep working on any help I can provide her.
I want to know what date it is on this. Because Jonathan didn't see his mother that often. So this, I would assume, is Nicole gaslighting Jonathan about what she says is happening to his mother.
2.
And if we can go to 204. And if I can have you read that, sir.
Okay. Yeah, I've been seeing some improvement as we talk, social interaction. is very important in slowing progression. So, okay, so they are talking about brain function.
Yeah, I've been seeing some improvement as we talk. Social interaction is very important in slowing progression. Linda and I call often. I can sense when the conversation creeps towards paranoia, and I do my best to counter. My grandson is in the school play, and Saturday I have a special Stephen, I'm guessing, ministry. Okay.
And then 205, Mr. Keel.
Do I just continue where that stopped?
Yes, sir.
My grandson is in a
May 24th. Of what year? Is it before or after the break-in, or is it just after the funeral?
school play, and Saturday I have a special Stephen ministry meeting. I'll check with her again tonight how she is feeling about coming. If she isn't, I'll try and head there for a night or two. We'll let you know what I find out.
Mr. Keel, having had a chance to read this and reflect on it, you recall now communicating with Nicole Mitchell a bit about Carol Mitchell's paranoia.
Well, I believe that we communicated. I don't remember the conversation that we had, and this has got to be accurate. So, I apologize.
Sure. And Mr. Keel, since the incident that we're all here to discuss, you really haven't had communication with Nicole Mitchell. Is that accurate?
No.
Okay. So all of this would have happened before the incident?
It would have happened before the incident.
Okay. Yeah, we can take that down.
Yeah. As far as I can see here, as Doc Lotus said, sounds like she was planting seeds for her defense. Yeah, because if she got into the ear of him just after her dad passed, portraying her grief as other things. For instance, the context here matters, because remember, they took stuff from Carol, Nicole, and her aunts, and that is probably what Carol then talked to her son about. And then Nicole tried to portray that, no, she's forgetful, she has Alzheimer's, she's paranoid, she's accusing us of these things. Well, your actions, Nicole Mitchell, is that you broke into her home. What else are you capable of?
Mr. Keel, and I apologize, did you say you live in Plymouth, Minnesota?
Yes.
All right. After Rod Mitchell's death, did you have an opportunity to take your mom, Carol Mitchell, to any doctor's appointments?
No.
Were you able to help your mom, Carol Mitchell, with any financial type concerns?
No, I didn't need to.
Okay. Mr. Keel, did you have an opportunity or decide to arrange for anyone else to help Carol Mitchell get to appointments?
I didn't have to. Mom has a good support group, so I didn't have to ever arrange with anyone to get Mom to an appointment.
Mr. Keel, I want to ask you about your interview with Sergeant Glander. Do you remember maybe more than a year ago having a conversation with Sergeant Glander?
That was a while ago. Yeah, I remember talking to Sergeant Glander, Investigator Glander on the phone.
Okay. Sergeant Glander, I think, asked you a lot of questions. Did he ask you if Carol had mentioned any disagreement with Nicole about Rod's ashes or a flannel shirt or other items?
Okay, so I'm not going to be able to recall the conversation that we had with Sergeant Glander, and I'm sorry, it was a long time ago.
I understand, sir.
I want to say that I can remember Sergeant Glander talking to me about Nicole wanting to retrieve her father's stuff, a flannel shirt and the ashes. I can remember a conversation about Sergeant Glander asking me about Nicole and Carol talking about that as well, but it's faint.
Okay. Do you remember what your answer was when Sergeant Glander asked you if Carol had mentioned any disagreement with Nicole over Rod's ashes, flannel shirt, or other items?
I don't remember exactly I don't remember what my responses were with Mr. Glander at this time anymore. It was just so long ago.
Sure.
I can't reliably reply to you what I said to Mr. Glander. But I did have it was a long interview that he had with me.
Now, you also spoke, as we talked about before, to an investigator from my office in the last few weeks. That's correct?
Yes, he called me when I was at work.
Okay. He asked you how often you would see Carol. Do you recall what your answer was?
I'm looking bad. I would guess, I can't say it exactly how I replied to him, what my reply was. Again, I'm sorry.
It's okay. If I told you that interview with that investigator was on June 27th of this year, a couple of weeks ago, does that sound about right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you recall if that investigator asked you if you would spend holidays together?
There was a mention of holidays.
So, did you spend holidays with them? And I mean, Rod and Carol Mitchell?
We would meet after the holidays. I think I remember telling the investigator that Carol and Rod spent a lot of holidays with Rod's side of the family. Those were good holidays that they had.
Okay. Hey, Mr. Keel, I just want to circle back to one question, and I think that'll be enough. You didn't remember what you had said to the investigator about how often you saw Carol or see Carol. As you sit here today, how often do you think, on average, you see Carol?
I will see Carol maybe one, just once out of every 2 months, 3 months. There's a lot of phone calls. There's a lot of phone conversations. But it's, physical visits are probably about that much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Keel. I have no further questions.
Mr. McDonald?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you help me pronounce it right? Is it Keel or Cool?
It's Keel. My children like to say cool.
Mr. Keel, do you recall Carol Mitchell telling you what her intentions were for the late Mr. Mitchell's flannel shirt?
Carol had a flannel shirt of Rod's, and she intended for that to go to Nicole. She did tell me once that she thought maybe she would make a special comfort pillow out of the flannel.
For herself or for someone else?
So for Nicole.
Yeah, and then Nicole behaved like a fucking bitch, which postponed it. She would have gotten it, but she couldn't wait. She had to have it all now, and she didn't care how she got it, so she broke in to steal.
Do you recall discussing Carol Mitchell's Alzheimer's diagnosis with Sergeant Glander?
I wish I could recall the interview with Sergeant Glander, and I don't trust my responses.
I understand.
Because it's been too long for me.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Keel. Are there certain things that, from your observations, that make Carol Mitchell's memory worse?
Yes.
And
yes.
What would those be?
High stress, trauma. Mom can be, she's very functional, and the Alzheimer's is there. It was slowly progressing, but if there's trauma, there was like the death of Rod was a huge hit, and then you see the short-term memory just it's so difficult for her to recall short-term.
Do you recall how your mother described the home break-in, like in terms of what it did to her?
Yeah, she was terrified. She was shocked. It was very shocking. I was at work on a Monday morning, I believe, or morning, but yeah, it came as first a text, then a phone call and the shock. And I was shocked.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Keel. Are you stressed out, or do you feel some stress testifying up there?
I do.
Okay. No further questions.
Mr. Ringstrom?
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Keel, you may step down. Why don't you step?
Counsel, is he released?
And no interest of the broadcast. Here is next person.
Second, when you're testifying today, please, as best you can, say the first and last name of the people that you're testifying about. It's difficult for me as well, but I'm going to do my best, so please do that as well. Will you please state your name for the record?
Lindsay Lund.
Ms. Lund, we'll have you slide just still a little bit further forward there. You're a little soft-spoken. We want you to speak up and hear, but there's a perfect distance between yourself and that microphone, and we'll find it.
I did my best. Can you spell your last name, please?
Lund.
Where do you live, Miss Lund?
Moorhead, Minnesota.
What is your relationship to Nicole Mitchell?
Nicole is my niece.
Oh, it's one of the aunts who the day after Rod's funeral went in there and took paperwork. Oh.
How long have you known Carol Mitchell?
Over 40 years.
Over that time frame, how often did you see Rod and Carol Mitchell?
Probably over the last 20 to 25 years, probably at least 10 times a year. They would come in for a lot of holidays and a lot of family events.
To your knowledge, did Rod and Carol Mitchell spend holidays with Carol's family?
They may have very early in their marriage, but I'd say for the last 20 to 25 years, they never missed a holiday at my house or my parents' house.
At some point, did you learn about Carol Mitchell having medical issues?
Yes. Give me a second to recall a date. So it would have been in about Thanksgiving of 2022. Over that time period when they were in, Carol had mentioned that she had been diagnosed with Alzheimer's and had talked about going in for another medical appointment in 6 months for that.
Did that surprise you?
It did. We hadn't talked about any other medical issues before that.
I'm sorry, did you say it did or it didn't?
It did surprise me, yes.
Why did it surprise you?
I just hadn't heard her talk about that before.
Now, you mentioned earlier that you are Nicole Mitchell's aunt.
Yes.
Would that make you Rod Mitchell's sister?
Yes, Rod was my sister, was my brother.
It's okay. Did you have any conversations with Rod Mitchell about Carol Mitchell's Alzheimer's diagnosis? Before you heard about the diagnosis Thanksgiving of 2022?
No.
After Rod Mitchell died, did you try to help Carol Mitchell with anything?
Yes. And immediately after Rod Mitchell's death, my sister and I went down and helped Carol immediately with all the funeral planning, all that type of stuff. So we're with her quite a bit that first week. And then during that period, we're always asking, anything you need, Carol, we're here for you, we'll help you. And the one need that she had brought up was that she had never paid bills or done any of the financial end of things in the 40 years she'd been married to Rod. And so I said, well, that's right up my alley. I have a 40-year career in finance and accounting and things like that. So I stepped in at her request and started helping with those type of things.
At her request? Oh, you went there the day after the funeral at the grieving widow and offered your services. And then you just took over. You and your sister and your niece treated Carol like trash. Absolute trash.
Did helping Carol Mitchell have anything to do with your brother Rod Mitchell? Feelings of loyalty or responsibility?
Would you repeat that, please?
Yes. When you stepped in and helped Carol Mitchell, as you just testified to.
It seems like we are now into the defense case. When you leave it to news organizations to stream a trial, they cut out important stuff like the state rests. So this seems to be the beginning of the first witness in the defense case in chief. Oh, wrong one. That one.
Did that have to do with anything related to your relationship with your brother, Rod Mitchell?
Absolutely. I mean, that would be what Rod would want us to do. Absolutely. And I love Carol too. So it's just a natural to step up and help the people family members and people you love. It's just a natural thing you do.
Sure.
Did you ever meet with Carol Mitchell's attorney as a part of this post-Rod Mitchell death and the resolution of his estate?
Yes.
What did you discuss when you met with that lawyer?
During the month of April of 2023, I helped Carol compile all of her financial papers. So we had kind of a balance sheet that we went through and compiled everything. We rounded up everything. And the purpose of going to her attorney, she picked the attorney, it's somebody local in town here. And the purpose was twofold. The first was to figure out if Rod's estate needed to go through probate, and because as far as we knew, there wasn't a will. And the second was to set things up for her own will because she didn't have one either. So there's twofold purpose in going and meeting with him. And I did go to the initial meeting with her attorney, and he started the ball rolling on all those issues.
Now, when you and Carol Mitchell went to that meeting, did you bring any documents with you?
Yes, I compiled all of her financials into one document, kind of a balance sheet type thing. We listed all of her assets, all that type of stuff. We listed all of Rod's possible heirs and things like that. We clarified relationships between Carol and Nicole, and between, do I need to use the last name?
The best you can.
Between Nicole Mitchell and Jonathan Keel. So we also included that too, to clarify that what the relationship was there.
Did you bring any document related to the home that Carol and Rod Mitchell shared?
Carol had a pile of documents, probably, if I recall, it might have been an inch or inch and a half thick, that we compiled, and she took one of those being the deed to the house. So that did go with us. She had, we put everything into like a tote bag and taken it with to the attorneys.
And what was the reason for taking the deed of the house to the attorneys?
That was taken along because one of the first steps, because Carol and Rod were both listed as owners of the house, the attorney could easily then take that deed and have it updated with just Carol's name on it. So that deed was left with the attorney that day.
Now, I'd like to turn your attention back to Carol Mitchell's Alzheimer's diagnosis. After you learned of it, did you ever witness any evidence of forgetfulness or confusion by Carol Mitchell?
Again, a reminder here. If Carol Mitchell's Alzheimer's as severe as the defense wants you to think it is, she would not be allowed to sign an updated will. But she was. So wherever it was, she did it with a clear mind and a clear conscience with her attorney. But I would bet hard cash that once Carol passes, sadly, she is now 75 with Alzheimer's. She might not have that much left, sadly. Much of it thanks to her stepdaughter and her husband's sisters. And once she passes, they will contest everything to grab everything.
During the period of time, the month after Rod Mitchell's death, many times I could tell.
Why did you talk about him by first and last name and not my brother? Auntie?
I could tell she was having problems remembering things. She had difficulty, the biggest one that was of concern to me was we had gone to the attorney. She had started all the paperwork. So she was, working on Rod's estate. She was working on her will and things like that. She was to go back and pick up that paperwork and the first drafts of those documents 2 or 3 days later. And as I talked with her later, she didn't remember that she'd even gone to see the attorney.
Really? And you still didn't go for wellness checks? You still allowed her to write a will, even though you claim this is what happened?
And another 3 or 4 weeks later again, too, we had another text conversation, I think, where she just didn't remember that she'd already got this stuff started.
You just referenced a text conversation. Did you take screenshots of those text messages?
Yes, I did.
And did you provide the screenshots of those text messages to Nicole's attorneys?
Yes, I did.
Ms. Lund, I'm going to show you a series of documents marked as Exhibits 279.
The green is me.
Thank you, Pretty Flowers. Who took the deed to my house? It was in the mail box, and now it's my lawyer will be here day after. Most of the house papers are behind the blue and green pillow in second bedroom. The deed may be with the papers we clip together to take to the lawyer. I have a couple more forms filled out. The letter for American Express. Backup memory lady.
What about passwords, Miss Lund? Did Carol Mitchell ever have forgetfulness related to a book containing passwords of hers?
Yeah, she had a little green, no, I don't know if it was blue or green, I forget. But about a 2x3 spiral bound at the top notebook where she had many, many, many pages of passwords. And if she changed passwords, she'd cross one out and then she'd rewrite it. I think she had 2 different notebooks, and that's how she remembered all her passwords for going online and accessing her financial papers online.
Did you have text messages between yourself and Carol Mitchell about this password book?
Yes, we would. When she misplaced it, once in a while she would ask me if I knew where it was. Once in a while I would be able to tell her the last place I'd seen it. And sometimes I didn't know where it was. And she would then find it later and she would let me know that she found it.
Did you take screenshots of those text messages?
Yes.
Yeah, these are very, very, remember here, this is the defense case. This is very, very selective text messages. They don't show before, and especially, we don't know how much gaslighting was going on. We know that Nicole broke in. We know they were thrown out of, they were banned from the house 6 months before the break-in. I would not put it out of contention that these fuckers went into her house to move things, to make her seem worse than she actually was. I'm quite confident in they did this, at least Nicole, because we already know what Nicole is capable of, to make Carol seem worse than she was. With a laptop that she claimed was given to her, which she brought with her to the burglary. Because she knew that Carol, or supposed that Carol, where's the laptop? And all of a sudden, she breaks in, takes more stuff, leaves the laptop, and all of a sudden, Carol seems more distraught, more paranoid than she actually was, because they did it to her. Keisha, this trial was last summer. I completely missed this last summer. I was looking for cases to cover last summer. So that's the reason you don't hear anything about this case, is because it's already been done. I just found this out. And I wanted to cover a trial that didn't have murdered children or grape of anything. So yeah, this was July of 2025 was this trial. But I'm amazed this wasn't bigger at the time as well. Amazed.
And again, did you
bring it down.
Provide the screenshots of those text messages to Nicole's attorneys?
Yeah, screenshots. Why didn't you provide your phone to the state? Only screenshots to the defense. Why don't we get to see before and after? Only those particular ones. For sometimes at trial, it's very important to listen to what's not been presented as what is being presented. And these are a few screenshots over months with a person who just lost her husband of over 40 years.
Yes. I'm going to show you a series of documents marked Exhibits 277 and 278. They're going to go back up on the screen just like we did last time. We'll go through it the same way. Can you see those? And I will also wait so that Mr. McDonald can see them too. Are these a complete and accurate representation of your conversation with Carol that you just referenced?
Yes.
Have the screenshots ever been altered?
No.
Who, again, are the communicators on this text message thread?
Ooh, again, folks, I've been doing labor and employment law for close to 35 years. Wording is extremely important. Listen to this again. I will slow this down and want you to listen to this again. What the lawyer asks.
Just referenced.
Yes.
Have the screenshots ever been altered?
He's not asking have the texts been altered. He's asking if the screenshots have ever been altered. Wording is extremely important because this is a choice of words. Have the screenshots ever been altered? That says nothing about the information in the screenshot. Was it altered? Did you alter it? Yada, yada, yada. Wording is important.
No.
Who, again, are the communicators on this text message thread?
Carol Mitchell is the gray. I am the green.
Now, I know this may sound redundant, but how do you know the person on the other end of the message is Carol Mitchell?
Carol's in my phone directory, and I've called her many times at that number.
And what effect do these messages have on you?
It again concerned me, the things that she was having difficulty with.
Your Honor, I'd like to offer Exhibits 277 and 278 into evidence and request permission to publish.
Mr. McDonald.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibits.
I just want to remind people who just joined how Nicole Mitchell was found in her stepmother's house. This is what it looked like. She was hiding in the basement's bathroom in full burglar attire. They found her crowbar later. She had a rucksack with containers to take stuff. She admitted on body cam that she was there to take stuff. And now she claims in trial that she broke in out of concern of her stepmother's health. How, again, early onset Alzheimer's, lost her husband, and she breaks in at 4:30 in the morning through the basement, goes through the house up to her stepmother's bedroom, where she crawls beside the bed towards the nightstand. That is when stepmom wakes up, stands up, and stands on her. And she takes off down to the basement. Stepmother calls 911. Wee Woo shows up a few minutes later. And she's caught red-handed. So remember this as you are watching these fuckers testify. What Nicole is obviously prepared to do, and I would assume with full knowledge of her aunts.
277 and 278 are received. You may publish.
So let's do the same thing that we did with the previous series of exhibits. Please note who the colors are. I know it, just to make sure the record is clear. And then please read, and when we continue down, we'll go to the next one. There's only 2 exhibits this time.
Okay. Carol is texting me, took care of the license tabs for my car. Rod's truck has new tabs. Stopped in at Wells Fargo to meet the new guy that worked with Rod before. I will contact you about any questions about stuff that is baffling me. Do you have, supposed to be my 2 little blue notebooks with all my passwords? My response was no, but last week you found them in your top desk drawer. Carol's text, no luck finding them. Guess I will have to call them. Did we make that change from Rod's card to my card to pay the bill?
You can unpublish, Your Honor, please.
Again, extremely cherry-picked. Extremely cherry-picked.
Ms. Lund, now I'd like to direct your attention towards an incident involving Carol Mitchell during a trip to Walmart. Do you recall that incident?
Yes.
Can you explain that incident to the jury, please?
I believe.
Now, for the sake of argument, let's say all of this is correct. There's no nefarious from her aunts. Nicole Mitchell was caught red-handed, burglarizing her stepmother's home with the intent to steal things. It's caught on body cam. All of this is just fluff. Complete fluff. She burglarized with the intent to steal. That is burglary. Felony burglary. And the claim that she did it out of concern for her stepmother, it's just so insanely moronic to even go with that.
I believe it was sometime in April of 2023, and Carol sent me texts on it, and she was going to Walmart, so she made the trip there, and she went into the store, and then she forgot her list in the car, so she went back out to the parking lot to get her list, and she unlocked her car and got in, and then she realized it wasn't her car, and so she got out and looked around, and she found her car 2 or 3 different spaces down.
Yeah, that happens all the fucking time to many, many people. A similar looking car, and before you know it, you're at it with your key, and oops, not my car. Right?
But the thing she was really confused about was how her key worked in the other car to let her in.
Now, I know when you just testified, you mentioned that those were text messages. And again, did you take screenshots of those text messages?
Yes.
And did you provide those screenshots of those text messages to Nicole's attorneys?
Yes.
I'm going to show you a series of documents marked as exhibits 273, 274, 275, and 276. They'll come up on that screen. Mr. McDonald will be able to see it too. And
maybe this is the state's case still. They are just getting ahead of the defense case. I'm not entirely sure. I will just write witness here. Witness, Lindsay Lund.
You'll slowly go one by one. I'll wait for you to pull your eyes up and to hear from Mr. McDonald.
Yep. Okay. Okay.
With Carol Mitchell that you just referenced.
Yes.
Having gone through the other foundation a few other times, I'm going to skip through and ask this to be offered as exhibits 273 through 276 and request permission to publish, Your Honor.
No objection. 273, 274, 275, and 276 are received.
And more screenshots. And somehow, yeah, this, for some reason, the court said not to be shown.
And was just about in the store. I realized I forgot my shopping list, went back to my little green car, hit the door unlock and hopped in, and it wasn't my car. OMG. I jumped back out and saw my car about 3 more down, exact same color, but mine is a Ford Escape and the other was a Subaru. How could my key open the other?
Probably because your key didn't open the door. The owner kept it unlocked.
Other one, freaky. My response, OMG, maybe you should let Butch give you a ride tomorrow.
We can unpublish, Your Honor. Ms. Lund, who's Butch?
Butch is my brother-in-law. He's married to my sister, Cindy.
Why did you offer that to Carol Mitchell?
She was coming in for, I think this was Easter of 2023, and she was coming in to spend Easter with us, and we didn't want her driving out of town by herself. So he made the trip out, picked her up, and brought her, and then I think maybe Nicole took her back at the end of the Easter celebration that we had.
We may ask some questions about that in a moment, but reorienting you just very briefly to the text message related to the Walmart incident, how did you feel after reading those text messages about Carol Mitchell and her trip to Walmart?
Still concerned about her, how big of an effect the Alzheimer's was having on her, having just lost her husband, my brother Rod Mitchell, and thinking some of her difficulties were going to be more apparent going forward as long as Rod was no longer there to compensate for some of the struggles she was having.
I appreciate you providing me with a transition in my questioning. I wanted to now talk about your statement earlier that Rod and Carol Mitchell had come to either your home or your parents' home in Moorhead for holidays with the Mitchell family over the past 30 years. Has Carol ever driven to your house to come to one of those holidays? Carol Mitchell, I apologize.
Carol Mitchell, if Rod Mitchell and Carol Mitchell were both coming in, normally Carol drove because...
Why does she refer to her brother as Rod Mitchell? First and last name. Isn't that really fucking strange that she doesn't say her brother? Because she has... Butch, yeah, that's my brother-in-law. But her own brother, first and last name. That's seriously fucking strange.
Rod worked in town, lived in Detroit Lakes, worked in town, and he drove that route 5 days a week. And so if they went somewhere on weekends, normally Carol would do the driving because he had his fill of driving during the week.
I don't want to make you estimate, but would it be fair to say that Carol Mitchell drove to your house or your mother's house in Moorhead more than 10 times?
Probably more than 10 times in a year. Yes.
Okay. So many times.
Many times over the duration, yes.
After Rod Mitchell's death, did there come a time where Carol Mitchell began to have trouble getting to your house in her car?
I would object to
yes, there were 2 incidences where she called me, where she was coming to my house, and she called me. She'd made it as far as Fargo Moorhead, but then got lost in town. And so she called, and I was able then to direct her via the phone to have her come to my house in South Moorhead.
Did you take a screenshot of the record of that phone call from Carol Mitchell to you?
Yes.
Another screenshot.
I don't know if that picked up on your...
Yes. Oh, yes, I did.
Thank you. I just want to make sure. And did you provide the screenshot of that phone call to Nicole Mitchell's attorneys?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you a document marked as Exhibit 323. It's up on your screen and Mr. McDonald's screen. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Human.
Is this a complete and accurate record of your screenshot regarding the November 2023 phone call?
Yes, that would have been the day after Thanksgiving in November of 2023 when she came in.
Has it been modified at all?
No, it has not.
Your Honor, I'd like to offer Exhibit 323 into evidence and request permission to publish.
Mr. McDonald. No objection. Exhibit 323 is received. You may publish.
No, this is clearly the defense because Mr. McDonald is the prosecutor.
Just for clarification for the court reporter myself, 323.
Yes, Your Honor, 323. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Now, this is a different, would you orient us to who the colors are on this screenshot and explain after reading that bottom message who that was to?
Yeah, so she record. Wait a minute. Okay, Minnesota is a one-party consent state, so they can record her.
So that text was to a private investigator hired by Nicole Mitchell, and we'd had a phone conversation, and I followed up with a couple texts, or most of the texts, to him. So this was after the original conversations with him.
They hired a PI to find crap on on Carol? This is planning, folks. From Nicole and the ants. This is planning to do shit against Carol. They hired a PI. How much money do they think Carol has? How much is that house worth?
Yeah, in this case, I think he's in blue and I'm in gray.
And above the message that you send to him, that is the screenshot from the day that Carol Mitchell called you when she was lost on her way to your home for Thanksgiving.
Yes, the day after Thanksgiving.
And you mentioned, I'm sorry, Your Honor, you can unpublish that exhibit, please.
Let's see, I'm checking here for roadworks in Minnesota. At and around Thanksgiving 2022, there were roadworks around Detroit Lakes. It was halted over the winter, but there were roadworks. Just saying.
Before we just showed you that exhibit, I believe your testimony was that this happened 2 different times. One, we can see from that testimony, is November of 2023. Can you place the other one of when it might have happened?
I believe it was in October of 2023.
Why do you believe that?
I was able to find a phone record for it.
Did Carol Mitchell and Rod Mitchell ever get lost on their way to your home before Rod Mitchell passed away?
Not that I'm aware of.
Now, you testified to this earlier, but I'd like to ask you to repeat it because I think it makes more sense in context now. Did there ever come a point where you or your family made different arrangements for Carol Mitchell to get to your house to attend a holiday at the Mitchells in Moorhead?
We talked about the one in Easter in 2023 in April, where we went out, or Butch, my brother-in-law, went out and picked her up, and Nicole brought her home. There may have been other family gatherings that we did something similar, where somebody picked her up and somebody else took her home.
This may sound obvious. I don't mean it to be, but why did you decide to do that, or why did your family have that conversation amongst yourselves and come to that conclusion?
Because we thought she was struggling with driving and was a risk to herself in driving outside of DL. Safer to drive inside DL, but when she's out on the road, we had more concerns.
Now I'd like to discuss any additional symptoms of Alzheimer's that you began to notice in Carol Mitchell after Rod Mitchell's death. Was Carol Mitchell exhibiting any additional symptoms besides forgetfulness and getting lost that we've already discussed?
Yes.
What was that?
Paranoia. So paranoia.
Thank you. Can you give the jury some examples in your experience with Carol Mitchell at that time where she was exhibiting paranoia?
So as I said earlier, I helped her pretty extensively during the month of April 2023, put together all her financial papers and went to the attorney with her and all those sort of things. But then she started accusing me and my sister and Nicole Mitchell of stealing papers out of her house. So that theme came up and recurred several.
Oh, Nicole, who was caught burglarizing her stepmother's home. That's not paranoia. That's being correct. Remember, folks, this is her accounts of what happened with carefully selected screenshots of text messages.
Times throughout from the time from April of 2023 through the end of 2023 where out of the blue I'd get a text that says, you know, something, I mean, it'd be a text that's like, well, where are my papers? You know, you took them, bring them back. And each time I would carefully take a few minutes and realize that it was part of her paranoia and part of her Alzheimer's, and then very carefully respond to her. My response was normally, Carol, I know, you know, you've got some paranoia going on with that, and that's why I've been very careful.
You told an Alzheimer patient or early onset Alzheimer, you're being paranoid. Because I highly doubt she was using this tone.
To not take anything out of your house. I'd had an experience with another family member where they always thought somebody, not me, but somebody else was taking stuff. It was always the same story over and over and over again. So I just thought she was exhibiting that same thing was stuck in her mind, that I took papers. And so I just very carefully try to walk through that with her and tell her we didn't have them. But it kept coming up throughout the months.
Were those conversations memorialized in text messages?
Yes.
Did you take a screenshot of those text messages? Did you provide a screenshot of those messages to Nicole's attorneys?
Yes.
I'm going to show you a series of documents marked as exhibits 304. Tell me when. Yes.
Not permitted for broadcast.
5, 306, and 307.
Please orient the jury to the colors, and then we will read them aloud, please.
Carol Mitchell is in the gray. I am in the green. This one is in May of 2023. You, Carol, saying you have not returned any of the files you took from the tin box, noticeably the financial forms, most especially the ones where Rod wrote out his wishes across the top should he pass on. My lawyer wants them ASAP. My response, good morning, Carol. As I said before, I was very diligent about making sure I never took anything out of your house. Everything I helped with was left at your house with notes attached. Are you referring to the bound book that Rod had written in? You showed it to me early on, but again, I never took anything out of your house. I'm sorry you're having difficulty finding it. You put all your house-related papers from the metal box behind the pillows in the second bedroom. Maybe you put it in there too. I'm so sorry. Says, I'm so sorry I failed you in this process. I can't imagine the pain you're going through. I'm sorry. You and Cindy that removed them, whatever, I need them back. Oops, I sent that last one just before yours came in. I will keep searching.
You can unpublish these, Your Honor.
Let's see if the follow-up is there.
Ms. Fund, I can't help but notice that you were emotional.
Isn't that strange? Because if she wrote that she found them, wouldn't that be in a subsequent text message? But that is suspiciously cut off the rest of the conversation. This is high-level cherry picking.
Emotional at the end of that. Can you explain why?
I knew it was her disease that was talking there and not herself. We'd always had a good relationship, so I knew that and I felt sorry for her and that I couldn't help anymore.
Had you ever taken papers out of Carol Mitchell's home?
Never. Let me correct. May I correct?
Yes, please.
preparing for Rod Mitchell's funeral, Cindy and I think Jonathan Keel and I loaded up all the things we were taking to the funeral home. So we took boxes of pictures and memorabilia and all those type of things, loaded them in our cars, picture boards and everything, took them to the funeral home, brought them back home again, unloaded them all.
Good catch, Gigi. A police officer who we watched yesterday testified not a single wellness check called in on Carol. Not a single one. Not one. You would imagine if they were so distraught and cared so much, if Carol was having such an episode home alone, that they would, hey, can somebody please go check on her? Call her neighbor, call her friend. But they didn't have, because they knew nothing about Carol. And the fact that they didn't ask anyone living close, or, hey, Butch, do me a favor, just drive down there and check on her. Or maybe you, why was she the one driving to you? If you supposedly knew she had the severe Alzheimer's, why would you let her drive? Auntie, why would you let her drive? Yeah, they knew her lawyer. Good catch. Again, Gigi. They knew her lawyer. Apparently, didn't contact him either. This is so carefully selected to paint a picture. But once you dissect it, no wellness check. They allowed her to write a will and sign it. They allowed her, Carol, they allowed Carol to drive to them. This is carefully narrated bullshit.
And that was the only papers I would have hauled around.
Did Carol Mitchell have any fears or concerns related to her bank accounts?
Yes. We had talked about, earlier I talked about her little book of passwords and things like that. So she had those going on. And, you know, probably one of my goals was, you know, knowing she had Alzheimer's, knowing that sometimes people with Alzheimer's end up having trouble getting their bills paid on time and things like that. So one of my goals for her would have been to get everything set up on automatic payments so she didn't do anything like get behind on a utility bill and get her electricity shut off or something like that. I've had experience with those type of things. So my goal was to more automate and auto pay for as much as I could so she didn't have problems. But Carol's paranoia, I think, had stepped in, and she didn't want anything on auto pay. She wanted the bills coming to her at her house. She wanted to pay them, and she didn't want the internet in her house anymore.
After Rod Mitchell died, do you recall ever seeing Carol Mitchell use laptop computers in her home?
When I was out there helping her, I would use the laptop a little bit, but that's the only experience, I guess. I haven't seen her close to a laptop.
In the months leading up to the incident in this case,
Really? Because she was actively looking for her laptops. Do you have any texts of this? Because you carefully selected a few of texts. Where are those texts?
Carol Mitchell's behavior towards you and the Mitchell family change?
Yes.
How so?
For the last, 25 years, I mean, Carol and Rod had come and spent every holiday with us. We were close, saw them a lot, and Carol had talked about the discord between her and her sister. I think she hadn't had a relationship with her sister for the last 20 or 25 years. She used to go there for holidays and things, but there had been some fracturing in that relationship. And then all of a sudden after Rod died, Carol like did a 180. So she turned and all of a sudden started nurturing or things with her family, and we became the family that she was having difficulty with. So it was just like a 180. The last 25 years where she didn't participate with her family was now completely different.
Now, you just mentioned Carol Mitchell's sister. Who are you referring to when you say that?
Please have a great cross-examination.
I know her first name only. I don't remember her last name.
And what is her first name?
Dee.
Do you know if Dee has any children who are related to this case?
There are two daughters. I remember meeting them at Rod Mitchell's funeral. Pam is the first name of one. I don't recall the other one.
That's okay. So directing you back towards Carol Mitchell's increased paranoia, we looked at text messages earlier that were from March of 2023. Did you receive any other texts from Carol Mitchell after that time that were of a similar vein?
Of the paranoia?
Yes.
Occasionally through the following months, I'd get another text asking, where are my documents? Bring them back, and things like that. My attorney wants them. You know, he wants them right now. And at one time I called her attorney and I said, hey, I'm concerned. I mean, she's not remembering things. She's telling me you're asking for documents, and I'm going, what documents are you looking for from me? Because I don't have any. And the response was just something like, well, if you have any.
I don't object to narrative.
Oh, sorry.
Sustained.
Sorry.
Don't be sorry. Try to drill down a little bit so we avoid a long answer. Did Carol Mitchell make a significant accusation against you in December of 2023?
Yes.
And was it by text message?
Yes, it was.
Did you take screenshots of that text message?
Yes, I did.
Did you provide the screenshots to Nicole Mitchell's attorneys? Oh, sorry, it moved on you.
Yes, I did.
I'm now going to show you two documents marked exhibits 310 and 311, 310 and 311. Can you see them on your screen?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to offer exhibits 310 and 311 into evidence and request permission to publish.
No objection. All right, exhibit 310 and 311 are received and you may publish.
This will be the last time I ask you to do this. I know that these text messages are difficult, so take your time, but please orient the jury to the colors and read the text as you can.
Okay, Carol is in gray, mine is in green. So this was early in December 2023. Good morning, Nancy. Oh, this is also, I mean, I hadn't dealt with.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. There's no question here.
Sustained.
Okay.
Please read this first and I can ask some questions afterwards.
Good morning, Nancy, or maybe it's not. Just came from my lawyer's office again. I would have thought that you loved your brother enough to honor his wishes. And those forms that you stole from my house, where Rod had specifically stated his wishes, should be honored. Being you had no financial stake in them, I can only assume you gave them to Nicole. And being Nicole has flatly stated that she believes my son has no right to any monies, I take that as proof. Apparently neither you or Nicole loved Rod enough to.
Would it say honor his wishes?
Honor his wishes, yeah.
And unpublish, Your Honor. Now, before you started reading.
Again, very, very selective. Extremely selective.
That we drew an objection because there wasn't a question asked. But I think the question is, had you talked to Carol Mitchell at all before she sent you that text message?
I had not dealt with Carol with anything financial since late April or early May of 2023. And this text message came out of the blue.
How did the text message make you feel?
Terrible.
Without getting too into a narrative, can you explain that a bit more?
I still knew it was the disease talking, but it hurt so bad that she would say that about me not loving my brother. That I never texted her again.
Why did you stop texting her?
Because it hurt me so bad that she would think that I didn't love my brother.
after Carol Mitchell sent you this text in December of 2023, did she reach out by text again?
No.
To your knowledge, was Carol Mitchell pulling away from any other of the Mitchell family?
She was pulling away from all the Mitchell family.
Overall, based on all of the time you spent with Carol and Rod Mitchell, how much of a difference was it in terms of where Carol Mitchell was before Rod's death and where she was now in December of 2023 after sending you that message?
She was completely different than we had known her to be. You know, she'd normally come in, we'd have nice family time, we'd have gatherings. She would, you know, come in whenever Nicole was in town. She normally would come up. She'd love and kiss on the grandchildren. And none of that was happening anymore. She was cold. She was cold.
To your knowledge, did any of the non-Mitchells, meaning Carol Mitchell's other side of the family, keep track of Carol Mitchell's Alzheimer's or how it was progressing?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
Would you like me to repeat the question?
How the fuck would she have any knowledge of that? She's been cut off at this time. How would she have any knowledge? That's a bad ruling.
To your knowledge and in your experience with Carol Mitchell, do you know if any of the non-Mitchells, meaning Carol Mitchell's other side of the family, were keeping track of her Alzheimer's and how it was progressing?
I don't know.
Good, at least that was an honest
answer. Has Carol Mitchell ever communicated with you about that side of the family or not being close to that side of the family?
Yes.
Can you talk about that some?
She would mainly talk about her sister Dee, I don't know her last name, and the big rift that had come between them. And it was twofold, the things that she talked about. And even in the month of April of 2023, when I was helping Carol and we'd take a break from what we're doing and we go to lunch or things like that, she would talk about Dee on occasion. And the 20-year rift, she said, were the result of two different things. First of all, Dee, you know, took all of their parents' estate. So Carol apparently didn't, according to Carol didn't get anything of her parents' estate. Dee took it all. That was the first thing. And Carol said when she went looking for the baby she gave up at birth, that Dee was very opposed to that. And that also caused a rift between her and Dee. So a combination of those two things was why Carol no longer had a relationship with her sister.
So let's talk about the son that Carol Mitchell was reunited with. What do you know about Jonathan Keel? When did you meet him?
I met him after Rod died.
After Rod Mitchell died, did you ever attempt to acquire any of his things?
During the process, when Carol was cleaning things out and trying to get through things and things like that, one of her homework from her attorney was to make a list of things within the house, who gets what in her house. And so I thought I was going to be helping her with that, but I wasn't. And so a couple different times she would text, I think she...
JK Debug. Nick, oftentimes you hear something stupid from her and you exclaim, really? Question, what is the Swedish equivalent? Thank you. It is basically the same word, but in Swedish. Jaså? So it's basically the same word, just in another language.
She offered up a couple things of Rod's to our family members. I think a fringe jacket and a Minnesota Vikings jacket were the two things she offered up. And then an oak buffet that she'd had at her house that belonged to my parents and my grandparents before that, I believe. So she had offered those up, and continually, several times throughout the months, I asked her if there would be a point in time when we, meaning my remaining family, could come down and go through Rod's things to see if there's anything we wanted. Her answer was always, "Oh yeah, yep, I'll get things rounded up when I get things sorted out. And it was always, this is things that you don't want anymore, Carol. It's, if you don't want them and you're going to give them away or something like that, we would like to have that opportunity. Yep, when I get things organized, I'll let you know. Well, that time never came.
Yeah, because you were acting like shitheads.
I'd say 3 or 4 reminders.
Miss, let me just jump into.
Yep.
If Carol Mitchell was not giving them
Do you have screenshots of this?
to you or the people that she said she would, do you know where she was giving them or what she was doing with those items?
She was giving them away to other people or donating them.
I'd like to shift gears a little bit away from.
Isn't that strange? Everything she just said, no screenshots. Isn't that strange how carefully this is constructed to make it seem as bad as humanly possible? But this, no screenshots. Weird, isn't it?
Carol Mitchell to Nicole Mitchell. Do you have an opinion as to Nicole Mitchell's character for greediness?
I believe Nicole is a very trustworthy, honest person. She's been a hard.
She broke into her house at 4:30 a.m. with intent to steal. Trustworthy, honest, and now she is claiming to a court of law that she did this out of concern for her stepmother? Nah, fuck no.
Working person all her life. She's created her own life. I mean, she's very professional, very accomplished. And what was the other part of your question?
I only asked for your opinion about her character for greed or desire for money.
Oh, remember here, Nicole stayed with her mother during her childhood and visited dad and stepmom. And at points it was so bad, she was actively thinking of moving to dad. These are her mom's sisters.
I don't think that money is what drives her. I mean, she's had her choice in her career of the things she likes, she does, and she picks the things she likes to do. And I don't think money was a priority even when she decided to have a family. She left some pretty high profile positions and was secure enough financially to move back to Minnesota and raise her family here because that's where she wanted to be. Family was more important than money at that point.
And I want to be very careful with this. I don't want you to give any opinion as to anything related to the allegations in this case.
Sorry. Yeah,
so please do not offer any opinion about that, okay?
It is 3 a.m. where I am. So, yeah, sorry. I was confused.
That being said, do you have an opinion as to Nicole's character for being caring or caring about other people's well-being generally?
You have to think about that?
Yes, I believe she's a very caring person. And a lot of times you would see that through some of the work that she chose or her volunteer work that she chose. I think a lot of it was very children oriented, and she did that kind of caring.
She was so caring that she went to her stepmother's house 4:30 in the morning and scared her shitless.
And she cares for her family.
Based on that knowledge, and again with the caveat that I don't want you to talk about anything related to this case, what do you think Nicole's motives were regarding her dealings with Carol generally after Rod's death?
I'm going to object to speculation, Your Honor.
Approach.
Yeah. Let's see here. I wonder if they even get to cross-examination. on this
Talk a
day.
little bit about your perception of Carol Mitchell and Nicole Mitchell's relationship. What was it like
Oh,
in your
he
experience?
wasn't allowed to answer that.
Sometimes it was rocky, I think, as any daughter and a mother, would be. But most of the time when I saw them together, there was always a hug and everything that went on. So I think they, worked through their difficulties or differences. And I think it was a pretty normal mother-daughter type relationship.
And what about Nicole Mitchell's children, which would be Carol Mitchell's grandchildren? To your knowledge, did Carol Mitchell see those grandchildren frequently?
Yes.
Did it become less frequent after Nicole Mitchell adopted her second son?
Yes. Prior to adopting the second son, I think when the first son was there, when Nicole would come to the area, I guess, she would many times spend a night or two at Rod and Carol's house, and then she would probably come into town and spend a night at my house too. After the second boy came into play, who was, I believe, just a foster child at that point, I believe that Nicole was told that they weren't welcome to spend the nights at her father's house anymore. And so she came just as frequently, but spent nights at my house.
Despite these ups and downs?
Yeah, because every fucking time Nicole showed up at Carol's house, stuff disappeared.
And this changing relationship after her second son was adopted, do you still believe that Nicole had genuine concern for Carol Mitchell's well-being?
Yes.
Why do you say that?
Nicole is a caretaker at heart. That's the type of person she's going to be. She has, and I think that, would you ask the question one more time, please?
Absolutely. You testified to some incidents of rocky relationship between Carol Mitchell and Nicole Mitchell. And I'm asking, despite that, it seems as though your testimony is that you still believe that Nicole Mitchell had Carol Mitchell's well-being in mind. I'm asking why you think that.
I think that because I believe that Nicole loved Carol and still does. And I also feel that she, being a caretaker, that her father, Rod Mitchell, would want her to make sure that Carol is well taken care of. And I think she felt an obligation, not only love, but an obligation to take care of a family member.
Again, by burglarizing her home 4:30 in the morning, scaring her shitless. Again, this is how Nicole Mitchell was caught in the house, in full comic book burglar attire, hiding in the basement bathroom. It's a good reminder to have.
I'd like to direct your attention to the time period of 2023 and 2024. Overall, was that a difficult year or an easy year for the Mitchell family?
Very difficult.
Can you tell us about why that is, or what happened to make it so difficult?
We experienced a lot of loss that year. So it started with my brother, Rod Mitchell, in March of 2023. We lost a family member. My 39-year-old niece passed away in September of 23. And then in December of 23, my older sister, Julie Bradley, passed away. And within a couple days of that, my ex-husband passed away within a couple days there at the same time.
Very sorry for your losses.
Can you explain a little more about how your ex-husband passed away?
He drank a Moscow Mule. Well,
he was elderly. He'd been sick, and he lived by himself in a small condo in Moorhead. And our two children are in town there, and so they were probably his main people that were looking after him. And he must have had a fall, and one of my children had to, when he wasn't responding, when their father wasn't responding to phone calls or texts anymore, they had to go and check on him, and they found that he had fallen. And I don't know if it was 1 or 2 days before they found him. And that was a very traumatic experience to have to go to his house and open the door and walk in and not know, what condition they were going to find him in. Very traumatic for one of my children.
Did Nicole know about this?
Yes, I'm sure we talked about it over Christmas that year.
What effect did this death have on the family related to your concerns about Carol Mitchell?
She's elderly. She's living on her own. She wasn't returning texts or phone calls. And so those type of possibilities come to mind.
Now, when you think of Nicole Mitchell's personality and behavior, would you consider her more of a doer, someone who takes charge, or more of a passive person?
She would be a doer.
And how did that trait of being a doer affect Nicole's interactions with Carol Mitchell after Rod Mitchell's death?
One of the things we were, concerned about would be the progression of the disease. If you're fairly, if it's early in the diagnosis and you've got time to do things or get things organized and things like that, that's the time to do them rather than waiting until the disease progresses. And I know one of the areas that Nicole researched and had some tough discussions, I think, with Carol on was, where do you want to be when the disease progresses so that you can't be on your own anymore? Where do you want to be? Do you want to be in Detroit Lakes? Do you want to be down in the cities where Nicole Mitchell and Jonathan Keel were? Does she want to, what kind of environment does she want to be in? And so I know Nicole had some conversations with her, and I think Carol thought she was pushy, but I think those were the times to be having those conversations and figuring out where she wanted to be. She had cats too to be concerned about, and trying to figure out and make some of those choices ahead of time rather than have somebody else make them for her later.
Ms. Lund, I only have one more question for you, and it's a little bit specific, so bear with me. Are you aware of a medical bill that was missed, the payment of which was missed, and it was related to Rod Mitchell's medical care either right before his death or around the time of his death that the estate later had to settle?
Yes.
How are you aware of that?
I was looking at the state of Minnesota public access website for court documents and things like that. And I just happened to be perusing through, looking at his probate file online. And I noticed that there was a fairly good sized large medical bill that was never submitted, was never paid. It was not submitted on time or something. And so it was unpaid. And I believe the court didn't order that bill to be paid or something like that.
So Rod had some medical procedure, and shortly after he passed. Yeah, then medical bills might be forgotten about. But you, Auntie, didn't you collect all the papers, check all the things for months and months and months, and you missed this? You who were so careful and good and competent and everything, why did this escape you? You were there, checking, and you missed this? Oh, look at that. Thank you, Anima Rampier. For $1 Rumble Rant. For a $1 Rumble Rant. Thank you so much. 4 cat treats. I will make sure Mr. Jingles will get his treats. Thank you so much over at Rumble.
It was an unpaid bill that went through probate and didn't meet the timeline for entry into the estate.
I have no further questions.
Mr. McDonald.
Good afternoon, Ms. Lund.
Cross-examination.
I want to start by talking just a little bit about Carol Mitchell. You described a couple events with showing some forgetfulness or memory loss. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Would you agree that the Walmart event and the meeting with the attorney were in about April 2023?
Yes.
So less than 1 month after Roderick Mitchell's passing. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Would you agree that Carol Mitchell was likely still grieving at that time?
Yes.
Yeah.
Ms. Lund, would you agree that you told the defense investigator that Carol Mitchell is not very tech savvy?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Lund, there's no doubt you tried to help Carol Mitchell. Fair to say?
Yes.
And
For fuck's sake, why do you say that?
Alzheimer's is a very cruel disease.
Yes.
But you also understand that Carol Mitchell is not on trial here.
Yes.
You just spoke to us about this bill. What's your understanding of the probate process if the court doesn't allow a claim?
I don't know exactly how that whole probate process works.
Well, was that
That bill was not paid by the estate. That's what that means. The probate court decided, no, you can't take money out of the estate of Rod. That's what it means. Because personal debt is personal. You can't inherit debt. Usually. It always depends on the state and the local governments.
bill personal to Roderick Mitchell?
Yes, it was a medical bill of his.
Okay, and was your understanding that the facility or creditor didn't file that timely?
I can't say for sure. It was a long time ago. I haven't.
Oh, all of a sudden, she's not so sure anymore. All of a sudden, here's Stutter.
Stored all that information.
But in any event, that bill may have been personal to Roderick Mitchell.
Yes.
Okay, so it would have been the estate's responsibility, not necessarily Carol Mitchell being put into collections.
It was Roderick's medical bill.
Yep. How fucking dumb.
And you did confirm that you haven't texted Carol Mitchell since December 2023.
As far as I recall, yes.
Okay. So any concern about her not responding to text messages, you're talking about prior to December 2023?
Correct.
You testified that Nicole is, quote, a doer?
Yes.
So she gets something on her mind, she's going to complete the task.
She will normally do the task instead of wait for somebody else to do it, yes.
Okay. And you also described her as trustworthy and honest, correct?
Yes.
Meaning if someone asks her a question or she says a statement, we can believe it.
Normally, yes.
Oh, that's clever. Oh, that's clever. Because they are referring to the body cam. She's a doer. She's not waiting for anybody else to do it. Like breaking in, committing burglary with intent. That's why the state doesn't care about the fluff. It's the act. So, yeah.
Ms. Lund, did Nicole Mitchell communicate with you on April 21st or April 22nd of 2024?
You'll have to refresh me on what those dates were because I'm.
Let me ask you in a more pointed way. Did Nicole Mitchell tell you that she was going to break into Carol Mitchell's home?
No.
Did she ever reach out with any concerns or discussions in the 24 hours prior to her arrest?
No.
Now, you described Nicole Mitchell and Carol Mitchell's relationship on the stand here as, quote, sometimes rocky.
Yes.
But isn't it true you told the defense investigator that Nicole Mitchell and Carol Mitchell's relationship has, quote, never been stellar in the 40 years.
Right, probably not ever stellar.
Okay. But those were your words?
Yes.
And Ms. Lund, isn't it also true that you told the defense attorney, the defense investigator, after you found out Nicole Mitchell was arrested, quote, "Nicole, I don't understand what you did. I don't understand it."
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. DeCray.
Oh, okay. So that is the state's tactic, is to ignore the fluff and go directly to the facts of the case. She's a doer. Yeah. She's honest when she says something. Well, yeah. She said this to the investigator. You said this to the investigator. Yeah. And then poof. How does the last question help the defense? This is a defense witness. That was the state's cross-examination.
Just very, very briefly, I'm aware of the time, Your Honor. Ms. Lund, was Carol Mitchell the executor of Rod Mitchell's estate?
Yes.
You testified earlier that Carol Mitchell got lost on her way to your house in November of 2023 for the Thanksgiving holiday.
Yes.
Was that 8 months after Rod Mitchell's death?
Yes.
Did you know that Carol Mitchell was also not responding to Nicole Mitchell with respect to text messages and calls?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
And not a single call for a welfare check. Not a single one. Not a single call to the other side of the family. Please go check on Carol. Not a single call to Carol's attorney. Please go check on Carol. Not one. They still, even though the entire that side of the family claims that Carol at the time was severe Alzheimer's and paranoid, they allowed her to drive to their estate, to their house. How does that mix? That's a rhetorical question. It doesn't. Because they are gaslighting us.
Mr. McDonald.
When you testify that Carol Mitchell was not responding to Nicole Mitchell, what time frame are you speaking to, Ms. Lund?
I think during 2023, there were a lot of times when there were very slow responses, but I think, I don't know when she no longer responded at all. For periods of time, there were very slow responses. I'm not.
That's not the
I
question.
don't know the dates that she didn't respond at all.
Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. DeCray.
Nothing, Your Honor.
Ms. Lund, you may step down. Again, watch your step. There's that
Thank
slight
you.
decline there. Right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll adjourn and go into recess for the evening. Before we do so, once again, remind you not to talk about this case with anyone, including yourselves, and do not talk.
Yeah, and yeah, that's it. Sadly, because this is a live stream provided by a news organization, and they don't care about, okay, do they have other things to talk about in the breaks, before trial, after trial? So I don't know if anything was done or said, a motion or anything, because it's a news organization. They don't care. So I really, really wish that this was one of the cases that Court TV or Law and Crime would have picked up. But what we saw here was the state do not care about the fluff. They do not play that game. They go to the heart of the issue, and then they step away. For me, I would at least try to. Okay, you only provided screenshots, right? Yes, and these are carefully selected because we don't see before or after, correct? Just to hammer in that this is just their side of the story, and it's carefully narrated. That is the one thing I would have added in. But that was the end of that court date. Now, tomorrow morning, your time, I'm going to watch a bit on the Corey Richins sentencing. I think I'm going to focus solely on what Corey Richins said and give you my honest opinion. So tomorrow, there will probably not be a... I will get demonetized by YouTube. Let's just say that. So tomorrow, please bring your wallets because I'm going to have a lot of words to say and not a lot of them nice. And once I'm done with that, I will take a quick break, and then we will move on to what they claim is day 4, which it isn't. It's day 3. When Nicole Mitchell takes the stand. That will be an absolute orgy and clusterfuck of gaslighting from Nicole Mitchell, who is desperately trying to save her position as a state senator because she's been caught lying to everybody about what happened that night. She wrote to the voters of Minnesota pure fabrications and lies. Oh. Now, let's see here. Let's get those likes up. Thank you so much, Yoshi Girl, for your $5. Thank you to Kristen Vasquez for first gifted 1 membership and then 5 memberships. Thank you so much. And thank you to Anima Rampier over at Rumble for your $1 Rumble rant for snacks for Mr. Jingles. I will make sure he gets his snacks. I will make sure of it. But that is what I had for you today. Thank you all for joining me. It's because of you I do this. Thank you. From me, Mr. Jingles. Well, have a good one. And I will see you in the next stream or video. Bye-bye.
Sail the raven waves, brothers. Axes high, shields strong. From distant lands we